Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the September meeting of the Town of Poughkeepsie Zoning Board of Appeals. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, first of all, let me apologize for the appearance of the room. There's a process of repainting and kind of refurbishing the room, and when they they thought it was going to be a quick job, and when they went to take off the wallpaper, it turns out that the wallpaper had not been properly installed in the first place, and so when they peeled it off, some of the drywall was damaged, and so they've had to fix it, and it's taking a little longer. It also means that the television coverage is going to be very severely restricted. All of the cameras had to be taken off the walls. So there's only one camera operating tonight. So it's for those of you that are watching it on television, the program's going to be much less exciting than usually is. We'll see. Okay, first of all, for those of you that are new to the meetings of the zoning board, the first half of the meeting is devoted to public hearings, where we will ask each applicant to come forward to be sworn in. All testimony before the ZBA has to be sworn testimony. We'll ask the applicant to briefly describe what it is that they're seeking. The members of the board will then have an opportunity to ask questions about the application. And then when all of the board members have asked their questions, the hearing will be open for anyone from the public that wishes to address that application, but that application only. If you would like a copy of the agenda to sort of keep track of what we're doing, the copies are available over here in this little tray by our counsel's desk. All of the members of the ZBA are present tonight, and that means that in case of a recusal, Paul Leahy will be the alternate. Once we've finished the public hearings, then we enter into the deliberation phase. And during that part of the meeting, there's no further public input, though you're certainly welcome to stay and listen to the deliberations. Okay, so turning to the first item on the agenda, this is a public hearing for Malabar Realty, LLC, 798 Dutchess Turnpike and 219 Overrocker Road. This is a public hearing that was reopened at our last meeting and has been adjourned to this meeting. So if each of you would just state your names for the record.
I'm Rich Tompkins, Maury Architects.
I'm Lajan, Malabar Realty.
They're still sworn in from the last meeting. Yeah, okay, so go ahead.
We are waiting for counsel Jim Horan, but I can talk a little bit about the project. I think last meeting we had submitted a revised site plan, which just to quickly review, was to reduce the number of pumps and reduce the canopy, which increased the setbacks from Dutchess Turnpike. We also reduced the size of the building down to 3,400 square feet, which also reduced the front yard setback along Overrocker Road and reduced the rear yard setback on the west property line. In addition to those changes, we also relocated the dumpster enclosure away from the residence and closer to Route 44, Dutchess Turnpike. We also added some landscape screening in the rear yard and the south yard, which again faces over Rocker Road for landscape screening for the building. We also
eliminate the use of U-Haul.
we also eliminated the U-Haul use from the property, which also eliminated the parking in the front yard setback along Route 44.
Okay,
Just start it.
okay. And so just state your name for the record.
James P. Horan from the law firm of Stinger, Roberts, Davis, and Diamond, appearing on behalf of Malabar Realty, the applicant in the matter.
Okay, all right. Let me just ask one question, and then there are two pieces of correspondence that I would like to read into the record. My question is, since the last meeting, there have been no further changes to the proposal?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make that clear. Okay. First is a letter dated September 1st, addressed to me. Dear Chairman and members of the Zoning Board, we listened on television to the discussion of item number 3 after the August 10th Zoning Board meeting, when a resident wanted just one variance for a carport. After listening to your careful and thoughtful deliberations, you decided to deny it. We think that was a good decision. Mr. Challey remarked that it was, quote, just too big, unquote, and, quote, not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, unquote. If you think that a carport is a problem for a residential neighborhood, shouldn't you be much more concerned about this overblown and oversized project that requires 8 variances and 1 very important special use permit? You all came to a relatively quick decision in denying the carport, and yet you can't seem to do the same with the Malabar project, which obviously should have been denied from the very beginning. How can you justify this? Mr. Challey and Zoning Board members, we have a question for you. If you lived where we do, wouldn't you be extremely upset and fight for your lawful rights? How would you feel if the Zoning Board of Appeals is having such a hard time denying such a huge detrimental project when you know they could have and should have denied it from the very beginning? Wouldn't you be upset and dumbfounded? If a facility is built the same size as the existing building, it will not require all of these variances. We would then be able to have the proper screening so that this commercialism will not be right next to us. We would like each of you to give me your justification for potentially changing the historical nature of our neighborhood. We also want to add that Mr. Jose has not been in compliance with the building codes for this property. The grass and weeds around both properties are very overgrown, and that hole hasn't been properly filled. If he isn't being a responsible business owner now, to me this indicates that he won't be for this new business. The absurdity of our situation is that we're not asking for any special favors or consideration. All we are asking is that you do your job and comply with and enforce your zoning laws. We truly don't understand your thought process and mindset, and everyone I've spoken to doesn't understand it either. Because it appears you want to accommodate Mr. Jose more than protect the residents of our neighborhood, we have once again to ask you to deny this project or have it scaled back drastically so that it complies with the town's zoning laws. Signed, Linda and Peter Mack of 206 Over Rocker Road. Okay, the other piece of correspondence is dated September 14th, and it's addressed to the town supervisor, chairman of the zoning board, chairman of the planning board, and the third ward councilman. Attached is a petition from the residential community within the 500 feet surrounding distance from the proposed overdevelopment of the property at the intersection of Route 44 and Over Rocker Road by Malabar Realty. Please take all consideration of the names signed on the petition, as each of the individuals have expressed a deep concern for this project's effect on the quality of their residential lives. Signed, the attached petitioners. Let's see. Okay. And the petition, we, the undersigned property owners or current residents living within 500 feet of the proposed use at 798 Dutchess Turnpike or 219 Overrocker Road, object to the Zoning Board of Appeals granting the special use request being sought to build a motorhome or a motor vehicle service station within 500 feet of the residential property where we live. The need for 8 listed variances on this extremely undersized lot demonstrates that the use goes against the spirit and the letter of the Town of Poughkeepsie zoning code. If allowed, this will have a negative impact upon our residential community, imposing a gasoline station within 25 feet of one property, introducing light, noise, and traffic impacts into our residential neighborhood, and forever changing an area where some of us have lived since the 1970s. And 2, 6, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 24, 16. Looks to me like 33 signatures on this. And attached is a map showing where many of the signers live. And so this will become part of the record. Okay. So do you have anything further you'd like to add, or we can go directly to questions?
I'd just like to make one comment with respect to the 500 feet distance restriction for pursuant to 210-90 motor vehicle service facilities. If I could just hand out.
Okay.
Based on
Go that way, all right.
Not sure if I handed up enough copies for everyone. I would hope there would be, but
Pretty close, I think.
with respect to 210-90 motor vehicle service facilities, the 500-foot provision was adopted back in 2013. And according to the minutes of the town board meeting at the time it was adopted, Mr. Wilson had talked to the board about it and had said that it was particularly directed to light and noise coming from the motor vehicle service facility. One of the issues that was not really addressed by the town board, and really in some respects is not addressed in that legislation, is how it affects existing gasoline stations. And again, I know that there's issues here regarding whether or not.
He is on a microphone.
Oh,
Is this on?
Yes.
yeah, I think you can just keep the stand, the whole.
Okay, yeah, I'll take the whole stand. Sorry.
Oh, there we go.
With respect to that section, it was noted that it pertained to light and noise generated by a motor vehicle service facility. What was unclear is how this affected existing motor vehicle service facilities. One of the things that early on, when this applicant was before the board, there was a discussion as to whether or not a special permit was even required in this case, and After reviewing the code, it was determination that since this existing motor vehicle service facility needed to be changed in its layout, that a new special use permit was required. And that triggered the need for the variance for the 500 feet. What I presented to the board today is the top chart on the table is a comparison between the Gasland gas station located just across the street, just across Overrocker Road at 818 Dutchess Turnpike. And one of the things that some of the neighbors had noted was the size of this lot, that this was a 0.8 acre site, and that it was that there was a bunch of stuff crammed onto that site. The comparison after the Gasland property is a 0.614 acre site. And the two lots here combined, if the lots are merged as proposed by the applicant, would be a 0.81 acre site. So it's a larger site than the Gasland site that's across the road for comparison purposes. That Gasland site received two variances, a rear yard and a side yard variance, each of 13.6 feet. We are requesting a rear yard variance of 15 feet from 40 down to 25. And a front yard, we have no side yards. We have two front yards and a rear yard. And we're requesting a front yard variance of 16.1 feet. As was noted many times, the proposed development on this site reduces the encroachments into the yards, into the required yards. The existing apartment building on Overrocker Road is currently 2 feet from the property line. The existing trailer for motor vehicle sales, I believe, is 10 feet from the property line, and the existing gas station building is also close to the property line. So we are, the proposed development here for purposes of the variances requested with respect to setbacks is actually making the site more conforming than it currently exists. The bigger variance that we are requesting is with respect to this 500-foot variance as far as number goes with respect to the motor vehicle service facility. And for purposes of the motor vehicle service facility, it's the way it's drafted. The section says that no facility shall be located within 500 feet of any property developed for residential use, which is located in a residential district. For purposes of the discussion, we're going to assume that that's the property line of the residential property and the nearest physical component of the gas station, which would be, we believe, 25 feet here from the corner of the building to the property line of 217 Overrocker, which is, it's actually slightly larger than 25 feet, but because of Pythagorean theorem, but it's approximately 25 feet to the corner of that property, which is, again, a boundary line between the BH, the directly behind this building is a shopping center, a strip mall that's located in the BH district. So the corner of the property there would be the closest point in the residential district. And what I just handed up is a list of the gas stations, existing gas stations in the town of Poughkeepsie. I spent some time this afternoon going through the list based on some comments that were received at the planning board, and it struck me to see how the existing gas station facilities would fit into this definition. I believe there's 17, I could find 17 gas station facilities in the town of Poughkeepsie. On the front page, 13 of those 17 are all located less than 500 feet from a residential house. The distances here are from the closest point on the facility to the house, The distances to the property line is actually much less than that in some cases. For example, the Sunoco on Dutchess Turnpike, 380 feet. There's a Stewart shop. That's a bad example because that's in an R20 district, so that's a non-conforming use. The Stewart's down here on 55 at Manchester Circle is 200, even though it's located in an heavy industrial district, it would not comply with the zoning requirement because it's 230 feet from a house, which is across the street, located in a residential district. The gas stations in Red Oak Mills, the two of them abut residential properties in residential districts. The Sunoco on South Road by the Bonefish Grill, opposite the Bonefish Grill, there's a residential property behind that in the R 1.5A district. The mobile station that's by Beechwood, by the north of Dutchess Country Club. That property is 400 feet from a residence. There's a Shell station on Violet Avenue that abuts residential property. The Stewart's on Creek Road, going up to Dutchess County Community College. Across the street from that is a residential district. The Sunoco on, this is again a bad example, the Sunoco on Main Street next to the Kentucky Fried Chicken is in the ATC district, which does not permit gas stations. The Citgo on Manchester Road, back by the school district offices, that abuts an RM district. And then on South Road, across from the Galleria, the Touch, the car wash and mobile station, there's a residential property behind that. The four stations that do comply is the mobile station on South Road, which is just near the Price Chopper Shopping Center. The two gas stations near Maris, the Citgo, as well as the mobile by the Home Depot, and then the Stop and Shop gas station over here in Burnet Boulevard. So what I'd like to point out to the board is that for purposes of the gas stations that currently exist in town, they do lie or are situated relatively close to residential properties, notwithstanding this recently enacted provision. There was no discussion about how this provision would treat existing residential or existing gas stations should they need to make changes to the facility. Rather than go into a question of interpretation, we're just asking the board, because of the circumstances in this case, because of the history of this property, for being used for automobile as a gas station since at least the 1930s, we think that that sustains the burdens with respect to the variances for this property. And again, I'm not going to presume to tell the board. The board is very well aware of the standards regarding granting a variance, but for purposes of the public, as is noted by this issue with the gas station, many times municipalities enact zoning ordinances to try to make things better going forward, but in doing so, create problems with existing lots, and that's why the zoning board of appeals is here, is to make, in essence, rough justice of the hardship upon the property owner versus the wisdom of the code versus the rights of the neighbors. And the zoning board of appeals probably has the toughest job in the town because they're if everything was a perfect world, there would be no need for a zoning board of appeals. If the property owner here could comply with the zoning ordinance, we would have no need to be here. We would have been in and out of the zoning board long ago. And just for the record, I might add, this is a textbook example of zoning that is meant to go before the zoning board of appeals. It's not the typical square lot, rectangular shaped lot with setbacks. It's the prototypical triangular shaped lot with 2 front yards, no rear yards, a lot of setbacks. It's a lot that existed long before zoning was ever considered. And again, in looking at the factors, a gas station has been on the site for going on over 80 years. And by granting this variance, there really wouldn't be any negative change to the neighborhood. It is submitted that the change to the neighborhood would be beneficial. We would eliminate the eyesores. We would be able to remove the ugly billboards, which I know is a priority to the planning officials in the town. We would be able to develop the site in a much better way. And again, as a balancing test between the benefit to the property owner versus the detriment to the health, safety, and welfare of the community, we submit that there really, on balance, is not much detriment to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. With respect to the issues of traffic that have been raised over and over again, we presented a traffic study. No traffic study has been submitted in rebuttal for purposes of evidence. And then with respect to most of the concerns, while we understand the concerns of the neighbor and we wish to be good neighbors, they're understandable, but I think most of them are conjectural in nature. I also might point out, for purposes of the special use permit, 210-90 sub F requires a fence or wall adequate for year-round screening of the service station shall be installed along any residential property line and shall be of a design, height, location, and material approved by the planning board. Special emphasis shall be placed on the use of acoustical and opaque materials as needed to achieve significant sound and light reduction as determined by the planning board. One of the variances that we have submitted to the zoning board of appeals, and it is also a component of our application before the planning board, is a fence between this site and the residential property to accomplish those requirements in the code. And we believe that will allay some of the fears of the applicants, of the neighbors in this case. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Christine, you have any questions?
No, no questions.
Betty?
I have no questions.
Art?
Just to refresh my understanding of the fence that you're going to put up, is it going to be chain link with inserts?
No, it's a PVC fence, a solid PVC fence.
And how tall is the highest point?
We were asking for an 8-foot fence.
Fence. Okay, thank you.
Okay. One of the things I particularly liked about the new proposal was planting trees along the rear line. And you have some vegetation on the, I guess it would be the south along Over Rocker. It seems to me one of the major issues that's coming up here is the issue of screening, of establishing some kind of physical boundary for visual purposes, noise, light, and so on. And I was just hoping that those plantings could be substantial. Is there a chance for that?
I mean, I don't see any problem with that. We would have to obviously review that with the planning board. They'll review the size of the plantings that we put on the planting
Yeah.
schedule.
Yeah, because it seems to me forming, and it'd be even better if it were green, some living plants. It seems to me would go a long way to, I think mitigating this really conflict of uses that is set up right along that line.
One of the things that we tried to do in the design, most of the light is going to be from the gas pump area. So that's why we've placed the building between the gas pumps and the residential district to help block that light in addition to the fence and the screening.
Yeah, yeah. Which is what that old apartment building did. Unfortunately, I believe that building has been condemned, isn't it?
It hasn't been condemned, but it's not in great shape.
Okay.
And one of the things, Mr. Chairman, which was noted on the existing conditions map, that entire apartment building, not one single inch of that apartment building is located outside of the required yard. So we're very limited as to what we can, put in. We can't really put anything back in there without requesting very substantial variances. I mean, the existing building
Right.
is 2 feet from.
Right. Oh, no, I'm not proposing rebuilding that, but that,
It was something we looked. It
that
was something we looked at.
yeah, that apartment building served a function, a kind of a boundary function.
Yes.
Above and beyond and accidental to whatever residential purpose it had. Okay. Larry?
No questions.
Tony?
No questions.
Carmen?
I just want to go back to the plantings again, to alleviate the noise and give the neighbors some screening. I think this would be a very important part of our decision too, that you plant something that is fast-growing or fairly large when you purchase them.
Yeah, we could select a more mature evergreen tree, so that way it provides screening all year. And we would just have to select a more mature tree, which would be
Right.
indicated on our planting schedule for the planning board.
Okay. Now, if you repeat again, and tell me again about the lighting, how you're going to camouflage that.
The majority of the lights are on the canopy. So the canopy in relation to the residential district, we've tried to screen that by the use of the building as well as the additional plantings that we've placed and the fence along the west property line.
Right. No more questions right now.
Okay, if there are no more questions from the board, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address Mr. Adams?
My speech, I'm sorry.
Well, Mr. Adams was sworn in the last meeting as well.
Yes.
My speech now is about 3 times longer than I anticipated to give because I need to address some of the remarks made by the applicant's attorney. He showed you this nice little chart about gas stations and if gas stations.
And John, you too are going to have to use the microphone. Sorry.
The gas stations being in close proximity to residential districts. So what he overlooks and what the board must consider is the fact, or he omits one essential piece of information as to each of these gas stations. When were they constructed? Zoning ordinances are fluid ordinances. Town boards amend them from time to time. The 500-foot distance standard that is the primary subject of this contention was probably adopted in the past 5 years. I'm willing to bet it was adopted after each and every gas station on this list was built. So perhaps those gas stations were built to standards that then existed, but you have to address standards that now exist. So I consider this, quite frankly, having very little value. Secondly, it's largely irrelevant because you have to examine the impact, and as so many neighbors have said, and the two letters said you have to examine the impact of this operation on the neighborhood behind it. Not the neighborhood on South Road, not the neighborhoods on Walnut Avenue, Creek Road. You have to look at the specific circumstances of this particular application. Secondly, applicant's attorney spent some time examining the Gasland property across the street. I've given you previously, as part of the submissions, site plans for all the properties that exist in the neighborhood, particularly the commercial properties. The Gasland station, and I just asked you to pass this around, and the Gasland station, unlike this property, does not border a residential district. There are 200 feet of additional B8 zoning behind the Gasland station, which is owned by the locomotion property owner. So, therefore, the impacts associated, at least if the argument is Gasland has the same impacts on the residential districts, that's fallacious. There are at least 200 feet between the Gasland station and the closest residential district. And actually, if you look at the actual circumstances, and I think we've even given you an aerial map at times, there are no houses back there. That property is basically undeveloped behind the locomotion station. So my suggestion to you is that the analogy to the Gasland circumstances is inappropriate. Now, addressing the main issue before the board, I prepared my usual memo, which I ask that you hand out or circulate. And one of the things that lawyers are trained to review and consider are precedents. Now, the variances, particularly the 500-foot variance in this situation, are very substantial. So I said, Jay, is there a parallel situation in this town with this board where this board granted substantial area variances to an applicant? And some of you were on this board when Oakwood Commons was developed. Oakwood Commons, and I think everybody knows where Oakwood Commons is. It's part of the old IBM campus on South Road. And some of the variances sought in that situation were 100% variances. So I said to myself, that's interesting because I've been arguing you can't simply eliminate a zoning standard that the town board has adopted. So I said, what was the board's reasoning in granting that particular variance? Well, the board, and I suggest you, and I can give you a copy of your decision, or at least a relevant portion if it's helpful. The board looked at a number of factors in granting that variance. One of the factors that the board considered, of course, was the setting. It was looking at a commercial operation in a commercial setting. It noted specifically that there was no adjacent residential districts, so that there was no impact on residences. And then it enumerated a number of benefits, some of which were off-site, that it felt justified the granting of the variances. For example, it said that it's going to create a lot of opportunities. Keep in mind, these are high-rise buildings, and I'm sure there are hundreds, if not perhaps thousands of employees who work within these buildings. So the board thought that was very relevant. The board also said, look at the tax base that's being increased by this substantial new commercial development. That's a benefit for everybody in the town. Then the board also cited, and I thought it was commendable, they talked about the architectural style and said these buildings are setting a new standard for architectural standards within the commercial within the commercial industry in town. And the board felt if you're going to set a new architectural standard, that's useful to the town, and that's one of the contributions that particular project was providing. The board also said that there are intersection improvements and other off-site improvements, all of which cumulatively, the board determined was of substantial benefit to the town. This project does not offer those benefits. You have a convenience station which has a cut and dry, cookie cutter type of architectural style. It's certainly not setting any new standards in architectural style. The employment opportunities here will be minimal. Of course, there is an adjacent residential neighborhood, so that there is an impact. And again, when you look at the zoning law, one of the things, the current zoning law, and I think with more effort than prior zoning laws, sought to address and accommodate the transition between a business district and adjacent residential district, and establish somewhat higher standards to mitigate those circumstances, that is, the impact of an industrial or commercial district on a residential district, by increasing buffers, so on and so forth. The board should pay close attention to all of which is in the site plan standards, and I hate to say it, we have so much correspondence now that it was probably mentioned 4 months ago in one of my memos. But the key is this situation is not one where the mitigating factors or the applicant has offered any mitigating factors to offset the obvious detriment and harm to the existing adjacent residential neighborhood. One other thing I forgot to mention. One of the other things is safety. I'm sure the town board, when they passed this 500-foot standard requirement, was concerned about safety. Safety is a real issue. Next to my memo, a Poughkeepsie Journal story about a gas station explosion in Beacon in August. These things happen. They're not intended, but there are certain hazards associated with gas stations. They happen in our county. They can happen again. So then I suggest to the board that if you follow your own precedent, the application should be denied. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to address Mr. Olson? And I guess probably you should state your name for the record.
I don't think he was here. Were you here last month?
I was here at the first
meeting. He was.
Oh, okay, then he's due.
Yeah.
Mr. Olson, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements stated by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Understood. Mr. Chairman, my name is Richard Olson. I'm with the law firm of McCabe & Mack. I'm here representing a number of the adjoining property owners in the residential district. It was an interesting tour that Mr. Horan took us on, and I have to agree with Mr. Adams on the fact that the history of how gas stations were developed in the town of Poughkeepsie doesn't have anything to do with the current law. The town board in 2013 decided that there was supposed to be a 500-foot proximity restriction. Mr. Horan mentions the fact that this has existed there for 50, 60 years. Well, it has on the .44 acre parcel that sits out front. He's now asking to expand that onto the next parcel, which for historical reasons has had a multifamily dwelling on it for years. So he's intruding closer into the residential zone that we're coming to, which is why the town of Poughkeepsie, at least we believe so, imposed the additional buffer requirements. I did review this amended application with my client. I'm not going to go into great detail because I believe a lot of the submissions that we've already given you address all of the issues. The only thing that we see that has been provided in addition here is the fact that the rear yard setback now goes from 15 to 25 feet. While it still is not the 40-foot, it certainly doesn't meet the 50-foot requirement under 210-152 that the planning board is supposed to observe. It also does not provide any allowance for what is supposed to be a permanently protected 25-foot fully landscaped buffer area, again, under 210-152 of your code. You're essentially being asked to eliminate any buffering that can be put in there for the benefit of the residential district. It's nice that we get a couple of trees. You're not going to get much more because they have a septic system there. I'm not an engineer, but I don't believe you can plant trees over top of a septic system. So we're going to be very limited with whatever buffer we're able to get. By bringing this in closer to the residential district, you are simply going to give the benefit to the applicant to put as much as he can on a very small piece of property that does not meet the current zoning requirements. Dutchess County even recognized that fact in its letter to this board, where it stated that it is being overbuilt. The lot's being overbuilt. Now, they weren't too concerned about the residences because they say we have no comment there. Of course, we would like our 30-foot landscape buffer on Route 44 where people can see it. That may not be a concern of Dutchess County Planning. However, it is a concern of this board. You have to balance the benefit to the applicant in granting the variances against the detriment to the health, safety, and welfare of the neighboring residential community. It's our position that by imposing this large structure, even within 25 feet of the residential property line, you are doing nothing for the benefit of the community, the neighboring residential community, and you're just solely granting relief to the applicant. He can scale this project down much more, observe additional buffers. He just won't be able to make as much money as he would like to. Again, we're submitting all of this for the record. You have our prior comments, and again, we're asking that the relief be denied.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks. All right, so put the original in the file and pass those along.
That goes down. Sorry.
All right, is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to address the Malabar application?
Roy Stengel, adjoining property 217 Overock.
And I believe you were sworn in last time.
I was here.
Okay.
I was here every meeting.
Okay.
Again, I'm going to rehash one item, and like you're concerned, Mr. Charlie, that, and I also stated that I bought and planted a couple of red maple trees. Again, they cannot stay there with the leach field, as you cannot have plants on a leach field. Simple as that. Again, they're on the property, not my property. I had permission to plant them, and I tendered them, and I fertilize them, and I take care of them, and I rake their leaves. I take care of them, and they're my babies, but again, they can be removed because it's too close to the leach field. The plan also has the piping right there. You can't drive over a leach field to service the piping. Just food for thought. Second, commercial properties do have a larger tax. It's a benefit for the town of Poughkeepsie. I understand this. But Slow Motion is a classic car distributor, mechanic, retailer. What I'm trying to get at is repercussions. This business, every summer, at 10 o'clock, whenever the party breaks up, they have to prove that they have the 500 horsepower engines in their cars. Burnouts all over the intersection, up and down, not Overocker, but 44. Summertime, it's hot. I have to close my windows because of this noise. Repercussions. I talked to an officer. What he told me, quote unquote, that's his business. Well, that don't fly with me. That don't fly with me. I mean, he's got a business to run, and he brings in income for our town. I agree. But repercussions, it's ridiculous. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Next.
Jim Greaves.
Wait, I didn't,
Jim Greaves, 215 Over Rocker Road.
okay, and you were sworn in at the last meeting, I recall.
Yes.
Yes.
The first thing I want to talk about is a petition. Have all the members of the board actually seen a petition? And 22 of the 24 residential property owners signed the petition. There's 33 signatures total, and the two properties that did not sign the petition were not contacted because no one was home several times. I believe that 500-foot rule was put into effect to protect the residents. One of the reasons it was put in effect to protect the residents, I didn't make enough copies for everybody, but
Okay, I can share.
this is an article from the Poughkeepsie Journal. I almost got enough for everybody. On August 7th, in the city of Beacon, there was an explosion at a brand-new gas station. This explosion spilled 140 gallons of gasoline down Main Street. The entire area, businesses and residents, had to be evacuated. Several agencies were called to clean up the mess, as well as a private contractor. That's why there's a 500-foot rule. Smoke and mirrors. At the last zoning board meeting, the applicant was asked to plant, if they could plant more trees to screen the residents. They didn't come back with any more trees because they can't plant any more trees because of the septic system. I want to address some of the comments by Mr. Haran. First of all, the building was posted, I'm in code enforcement. The building was posted because Mr. Jose was performing work on the building without permits. And when the building department went in there, they saw there was other work done without permits. So that was brought on by himself. I FOIL requested all the building records. The gas station on Route 44, none of the residents were ever notified because we don't live within 200 feet. Where that is located, none of that traffic impacts our residential street. I did supply a photograph of the lighting from that canopy, as you can see it from my front yard. An 8-foot fence cannot reduce the lighting from the bottom of an 18-foot canopy. Where the canopy is situated, this building does absolutely zero to protect any of the residents who live on the other side of the street. Zero. In my professional life, I've worked with Maury and Associates, and I know they're good designers, all right? But this is designed to Mr. Josie's standards and not what they can do to help the residents. As for the building being 2 foot from the property line, the existing building, it's 2 foot from the property line at 798, not the residential zone. Both properties are owned by Mr. Josie, and were owned by Vic. Mr. Olson already touched on 210-152, and I think I also want to add that, to say that Vic's Garage, that was on 798 Dutchess Turnpike only, is the same type of business that the applicant is proposing to put there, is just totally ridiculous. Vic's Garage was a motor vehicle repair facility that had some gasoline dispensers. And we can't even prove that it was in continuum, but that was another argument we had earlier on. So new plantings have been added. The applicant was given a second chance, and his refusal to reduce the size of the structures or bring them within the required setbacks by the zoning code, the lack of maintenance and unsightly conditions existing at these two parcels. He's been cited by the building department. He went out there with a weed whacker, didn't even attempt any corrections for that on 798. And his continuance to defy the town board orders to remedy shows the type of neighbor he's going to be to us in the future. And I just also want to add that there's going to be a lot of delivery trucks in and out of this facility if it's allowed to be built. And, a lot of those guys have to hustle, and they're not going to try to get out on Route 44. They're going to try to come right past my front door so they can move on to their next stop. And I think, I just want to say I had a 4-year-old sister who got killed by a car in a residential district going 70 miles an hour. And I don't want to see that happen to one of the kids in this neighborhood, man. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
So Linda Mack, I live at 206 Old Rocker Road.
not on.
Short and sweet. I totally understand it's commercial property, and it should be.
Mrs. Mack, I don't believe.
Is that on?
Is there a switch?
Yeah.
Okay. I understand. It's a commercial property, and I totally understand it needs to be developed. You need to get it back on the tax rolls. But I also want to say, keep in mind the history, like Jim said, of that property. It was a small service station with a couple of gas pumps forever. What he's proposing and refusing to reduce, it's going to be a mega building it's not even close to what the history. So I don't think you can use that argument. And also, I think if you allow it to go through the way it stands now, that decision is not ethical, logical, and most importantly, legal. Please think about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else that wishes to speak?
Peter Mack. I guess it's on. My name is Peter Mack. I am Linda's husband. I live at 206 Over Rocker Road. I've been sworn in. And just sitting there back there thinking, why do we need two gas stations within 100 feet of each other? There's a vacant diner across the street. If they want to tear that down, because that's on a septic system too, somebody wants to put in a big mobile station there, are we going to allow that too? What is the sense of this? I mean, I don't care about Gasland. I don't care about VIX. I care about my neighborhood. But logically, in planning sequence, why would you want to have two big service stations right next to each other? And I asked Mr. Haran, how many places in the town of Poughkeepsie do you see two service stations, large service stations, within 75, 100 feet of each other? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, if not, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
I have one question. If I could ask Mr. Adams, would you remind me again who your client is?
Yes, ma'am, I thought you said that. I'm sorry.
The other service.
For gas, it's Gasland, right?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
It's noted in all my correspondence, yes.
Well, actually, it's not. That's why I looked.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay. If not, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Recusals? Okay, the next item is also concerns Malabar Realty, but this has to do with the special use permit. And we had a public hearing on the original proposal, and we closed that. When they came back with the revised proposal, our legal consultant suggested that it would be best to simply reopen the public hearing for purposes of reviewing the application for a special use permit. So I move that the ZBA reopen the public hearing on Malabar Realty for the purpose of hearing an application for a special use permit.
Second.
Questions, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. think our discussion and questions have ranged over just about everything, but I don't know, do you have any, thing you want to say about the special use permit?
No, I think that, we were heard on the special use permit issues before. I just had a brief conversation with Mr. Adams that, in essence, the discussion that took place regarding the variances should extend to cover the purposes of the special use permit. And
Right, I
for
guess-
those purposes, we would request that, and Mr. Adams, I believe, would join in.
I can only speak for myself, but I think when the audience would join me, I think they're overlapping issues. And I think everybody here would be happy to have the record that was established in the first hearing also be the record in the second hearing, rather than going through with the Bush's presentations on it.
I think that makes a lot of sense, and so,
You may want to inquire as if anybody wants to make any additional comments. but
yeah,
I'm speaking for myself, and I suspect for Mr. Olson and his clients, that seems to be the practical way to go.
okay, good. Let me just clarify, however, that in the original application, there was for two special use permits, one involving a rental vehicle facility, and that has been dropped.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is correct. And actually, which also goes to the public hearing notice, which I forgot to mention. At the public hearing notice, it mentions a request for a variance pursuant to Chapter 210, Article 8, 21090E to allow it's number 4, pursuant to chapter, to allow the parking of motor vehicles within 20 feet of a residential district boundary. That pertains to the parking of the rental vehicle
Yes.
within a yard.
Yes.
So that variance is no longer needed. Because we have withdrawn the request for that variances as well as the associated special permit for the rental of motor vehicles.
Okay.
I think, just for the record, I would like to have the board have a formal motion to incorporate the record from the first item on the agenda into the second item agenda, so we can have a discussion and make sure that there's no loose ends that need to be included.
So move.
Second.
Okay. The motion to formally incorporate the record of item number 1 into the record for item number 2. Okay. Made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Recusals? Okay.
Thank you.
Good point. Okay. Are there any questions from the board specifically on the special use permit aspect of this? Okay. If not, is there anyone in the audience that has something that is specifically relevant to the special use permit aspect of this? I think it's actually been pretty well covered. Okay. Hearing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing for item number 2?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Recusals? Okay, thank you. Okay. Item number 3. A public hearing that was adjourned from our last meeting, Golden Corral, 2345 South Road. And is the applicant, oh, yes. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. I was here and sworn in last meeting.
And your name is?
My name's Randy Quakenbush. I represent Cobb Sign Company out of North Carolina. We're the primary sign vendor for Golden Corral. Mr. Chairman and Board, I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to go back and look at the property and take some of your suggestions and recommendations. And I think you all have a drawing that we're now proposing that brings this more in line with the current zoning.
Okay.
It's in your package.
We were originally asking for a 29-foot 6 sign. We have brought that down to meet the ordinance of 20 feet. And we were asking for 126 square feet. And then with the readable copy sign, it brought it up to like 150. And we've reduced that down to 60. We've done away with the changeable copy sign, and we have designed a sign that looks more in line with signage there on Route 9.
Okay.
And
Okay,
I
thank
think
you.
this is,
The members of the board may recall that last month, when this application was before us and it was referred to the county, the county responded that they recommended that the application be denied. So when the new design came in, that was referred to the county. They have responded that this is a matter of local concern with comments. And so let me just read into the record. This is from the Dutchess County Department of Planning and Development to the Zoning Board of Appeals in reference to the Golden Corral Monument Sign Area Variance. The Dutchess County Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the submitted referral for countywide and intermunicipal impacts as outlined in general municipal law. Action. The applicant seeks to construct a sign of 60.56 square feet in area where 50 square feet is allowed. Comments. The applicant's original sign proposal included a sign of 126 square feet in area and 29.6 feet in height. We are pleased to see that the applicant has reduced the height of the proposed sign to that which is permitted by code, as well as has substantially reduced the area, the originally proposed 126 square feet to 60.56 square feet. Recommendation. The department recommends that the board rely on its own study of the facts in the case with due consideration to the above comments. Signed, Owen Rafter, Commissioner, and this will be part of the record. Okay. Okay. Okay, Christine, any questions?
No questions.
Okay. Betty?
You can go around, I was checking.
Okay. Art?
No, I mean, they've come back with what we asked for essentially, I think.
Okay.
We're good with it. Oh, I do have one question. This will go off after business hours, right? The sign will shut down?
yes.
You're a good man.
Okay.
Thank you.
I guess my question is, why have you built it so solid?
Well, we were trying to keep it in view of a monument-type sign. We could come back, if you don't like the big, massive monument, we could come back and make it more narrow and put a, 3-foot wide pole cover or something like that underneath it. We've done several of these before, and they look really nice, and so we were just trying to incorporate what we thought would look good on the property.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Larry?
No questions.
Tony?
No questions.
Carmen?
I appreciate the reduction in both the monument, the height and the size of the sign. So, no further comments.
Neil, yeah, and let me ask a question of the staff, which originally recommend this be denied. Have you had a chance to review this?
Yeah, we have. And it is a monument sign as recommended by the design standards in the code. Staff looked at it. We did not generate an additional review memo for you, but we consider it to be much more in keeping with the design standards, and we would ordinarily recommend approval.
Okay, fine. All right, good. Anyone in the audience wish to?
Jim?
Oh, I did have a question. The only place where there's going to be any signage at all is just what you show right here.
Yes, ma'am.
This is all going to be solid?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know that
It's
your whole
non-lighted.
changeable thing here
No,
is,
it's-
okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address the application by Golden Corral? Okay, seeing no one. I think that takes care of it. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Don't move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Recusals? Thank you very much.
Okay,
Okay.
moving right along.
Item number 4, Harry Decker, 145 Bauer Road. Okay. So if each of you would just state your names for the record and be sworn in.
Joanne Decker?
And Ron Decker.
Mr. Ron Decker and Ms. Joanne Decker, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help
Yes, I
you God? Please be advised that you are under oath and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Okay, so would you just briefly tell us what you're proposing?
Yeah, my brother put up an 8x10 shed, and I think was inspected by Mr. Coons on
Could you pull the microphone a
Sunday.
little bit closer to you, please?
My brother built an 8x10 shed. Well, he didn't build it, he had it delivered. I believe Mr. Coons was there on Sunday to inspect. He's on a heck of a hill drop, and he put it on top next to his driveway. He paid his fees, we got permission, and we're here to see if it cleared.
Okay. Christine, any questions?
Was there any reason it wasn't put in the backyard?
Yeah, absolutely, there's a hill
Yeah,
that's
you-
monstrous.
Yeah,
There's a hill
Pull
that's
the mic
monstrous
closer
in
so
the
you get
back.
picked up.
yeah.
We give you the dimensions, it's 60 feet off of one piece of property, it's 30-some feet, 40 feet from the other. It's 40, maybe 28 feet from the center of the road, or actually even further, probably 35 feet.
Okay. Oh, okay, Betty?
How is it that no one filled out the application?
Yes, we did.
What do you mean?
Well, all it says is they answered question B, and that was it. I have nothing else. And it also says, under the affidavit to be completed by owner, it says that he authorizes himself to come in, and he signed that, but no one else's. Are you on
Yeah,
the
I have a
parcel
letter
as
right
well?
here. Letter
You do.
signed.
All right, that was my
He
next
just got out of
question.
the hospital and actually
Okay,
Sunday.
that's fine, we just need to know that. All right, my question is, what do you keep in that shed?
He has a motorcycle.
That's what we guessed. And Mr. Grace told me that the reason you couldn't put it down behind you was because you couldn't push the motorcycle up the
Exactly.
hill.
Exactly.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there any way to get around that, around the side of the building or anything?
No. I believe Mr. Coons was there on Sunday to re-inspect.
I don't know who it was.
Somebody had came. I'm sorry. Anyway, your findings?
Well,
Actually, I didn't have any findings other than what you've said so far, that the shed was used to keep his motorcycle and snow blower,
Yes.
Yeah.
and the way that the topography of the land is it drops down and would be very difficult to access it from any other location,
Exactly.
is what he said.
Yes. He had the shed built to match his roofing, same color as his house, to make it blend into the area. I don't know what else to say.
okay. Betty, anything
No,
else?
I'm done.
Yeah. Art?
No, I mean, it is quite a hill. You won't even ride that bike up that hill on a wet day. It's a lost cause, I think, trying to move it, personally. I don't see any real impact to the, after being out there and seeing some of the other neighboring properties, I don't see as there's any big impact to the area. It does match the house.
I mean,
Okay.
I agree that because of the slope, and actually on the north side, it slopes down, and the back, it really goes down. I mean, right there is about the only level spot.
Pretty much it.
Yeah. Larry, any questions?
No questions.
Tony?
I have no questions.
Carmen?
How was the shed approved in the first place, years ago?
Years ago.
It's a pretty new shed.
New shed.
Oh, okay. Oh, interesting.
Well,
Very interesting.
even the current code, I think anything below 10 by 10 doesn't require any permit at all.
Anything under 100 square feet typically does not require a
Oh,
building permit or receive a certificate of completion or a CO.
okay. You know, I appreciate the problem with the lay of the land, the topography. But I certainly have an issue with a shed or any other structure being in front of the main building.
It's actually not in front of it, it's next to, it's a side of it.
But it's
I know, I was
the head
there.
of it.
Okay.
And the dimensions of the shed again?
8 by 10?
8 by 10. Okay. Any other questions from the board?
The board should get a copy of the letter from the actual applicant, if you could. Do you have one that you could submit to us?
Sorry, I know.
A copy of the letter from the applicant that we could keep for the record, because the applicant's not here.
Yeah.
And there's no other affidavit. Thank you.
Right. Okay, good. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address the application at 145 Bower Road? Okay, I'm seeing no one. There's no other questions from the board? Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 5, Freeman and Iris Rojas, 1J Road. Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
Your name?
Freeman Rojas.
Iris Vasquez Rojas.
Mr. and Mrs. Rojas, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, we do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Okay, so would you just briefly tell us what you're trying to do?
We're trying to install a semi-in-ground pool in our backyard. I live on a corner. We live on a corner, and in essence, the property where it is, the only area we can't put the pool, because one area, there's a sewage, and they told us that we shouldn't put a pool there. It's right behind the house, and the back line, there's only 8 feet there. And that's basically why we're here.
Okay. Christine, any questions?
No questions.
Okay, Betty?
I have no questions.
Okay. Art?
No questions.
The pool is going to be 8 feet from the property line, and as I recall, there's a fence that runs along that property line, isn't there?
Yes, our neighbor, the back line is, our neighbor is right there, and they have an 8-foot fence.
Okay.
Along that back line.
So the fence belongs to your neighbor?
Yes.
Okay. On the drawing, I believe you indicated that the pool will be let's see, what, 54 inches
54
above the ground?
It's going to be semi-in-ground. The pool itself is a 54-inch, but it's going to be 2 feet.
In the ground?
In-ground, yes. It's a semi-in-ground pool.
Okay, so that means it's only going to be about 2.5 feet above the...
Yes.
Okay, way less than the height of the fence.
Of their fence?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, the reason I ask, sometimes people put in pools that are pretty high.
Gotcha.
And when you're sitting up on the deck, you're almost looking down over everything else. That doesn't apply here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And our neighbor has an above-ground pool himself.
Okay.
No questions.
Tony?
I have no questions.
Carmen?
No questions.
Okay. If there are no other questions from the board, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address the application at 1J Road? Seeing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 6. Carmelina Ortiz and Venere Montano.
Yes, that's my mom.
Okay, so if you would state your names.
Carmelina Ortiz.
Anthony Ortiz.
Carmelina Ortiz and Anthony Ortiz, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Okay, and again, what's,
We are here to ask for a variance for an existing sunroom and above-ground pool in our yard. They have been there for quite a few years, and we feel that they fit the neighborhood. We have a 6-foot privacy fence that's totally enclosed in our yard, so the pool can't be seen from the road or by our neighbors. The sunroom blends into the home. It looks like part of it.
okay. Christine, any questions?
No questions at the moment.
Betty?
Well, I have a question. We came to do the site visit and we couldn't get in the backyard because there were padlocks on the gate.
Yes, we have a German Shepherd, and sometimes she's outside, it depends, but someone did come, I believe Mr. Leahy came when we were home.
Oh.
And Mr. Coons came.
spoke with your parents.
My
Your parents,
my dad, yeah.
Very nice people.
Thank you.
We also do that too, just because if, kids in the neighborhood and stuff
Yeah.
like that, because we do have the pool.
Our pool has a locked
Right.
gate with a padlock on that as well, so that no one can get into the pool. But there are kids in the neighborhood, and being we have an animal, I mean, we do have a beware of dog sign on our fence, and there are things that happen in the neighborhood that we're trying to protect ourselves from, so.
Well, I couldn't, I tried to peek in through the gate, but
Can't see.
I really like to look at a parcel when I'm going to vote on it.
Oh,
So I
absolutely.
would have issues because I couldn't see in there.
We
They
would
don't.
have definitely, we didn't even know, when Mr. Leahy came, I didn't even know anybody was coming. Or I would have, opened the gate, left it unlocked, and made sure our dog was inside.
When you fill out an application, do they tell you that there would be a site visit?
No, I didn't, that's why when Mr. Leahy came, I was surprised, we weren't even expecting that. I was happy that we were home because we didn't know that anyone was going to be coming. I believe when Mr. Coons came as well, I happened to come on my lunch break right after he had left, but my parents, it's a 2-family home, and my husband and I live on the 2nd floor, and my parents, who have been there for 52 years, they live on the 1st floor. And it's actually their sunroom. I own the home with my mom. And Mr. Coons came, and I happened to come home on my lunch break, and he had just left. So my dad had said he was there. I'm like, I called him right away, and I said, I apologize that I wasn't there. I didn't know that anybody was even coming.
I guess next time we should maybe make a plan or set a date. I don't know how everyone else feels about it, but I couldn't see very much trying to peek through the.
No, I apologize. I didn't know anybody was even coming.
Okay.
Yeah, but, yeah, I think you asked a good question about, do people know that we regularly go on site visits?
Yeah.
And of course, I think you regularly go on Sunday with,
On the weekend,
yeah, on a weekend, and the rest of us regularly go on early Wednesday afternoon. So,
Oh, okay.
so it maybe when people fill out applications, we should just mind
Thought
that.
they were
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
advised of that.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I
in fact, one of the
apologize.
things that you signed when you submitted the application was a permission for members of the board to go onto your property to look at, what you're applying for. So,
And these pictures were given to Sandy.
photographs,
She never hands them out.
No, I didn't.
You couldn't see that.
okay,
Sorry.
all right. Art, do you have any?
describe it for what.
Brian has pictures.
I have a couple
From the original, oh yes, from the application, yes. I didn't have it with the zoning application, I had it with the permit applications, so yes.
And those are photos that I took.
Oh, and you took, okay.
Okay. So, Art, do you?
I just have to agree with Betty, we have been locked out more than once on properties, and it's very hard to give a real idea of how you feel about something if you can't see it. It's not the owner's fault, obviously, it falls back on us. In a case like this, I would probably either ask that it's existing already, right? It's already in use, that we either hold on this and go look at it next month. It's not going to affect them at all, I don't believe. Or I'll have to recuse myself, and since Paul saw it, I let Paul make my decision for me.
Well,
Yeah,
that
you were
would-
with it. Yeah, you saw it.
I mean, that would be, you could do, certainly you could do that.
Yeah, I mean, he saw it, I didn't, so.
Yeah.
But
Okay, I've been looking at the photographs from the parcel access, and so I don't have any, and I looked through the cracks of the fence, and
Sorry.
sure enough, there was a sunroom and there was a swimming pool. So,
Then the privacy fence worked.
Right.
well, to a limited extent. I mean, if you get your eye right up there, Larry,
No questions.
Tony,
I have no questions.
Not here.
Carmen?
But this is 10, this is, I'm just taking the last.
And I really don't have any questions, except that I think when the applicant does come in, it has to be very clear and emphasized that we have to be able to see the property inside, which is going to mean that the applicant would then have to tell the board or the office when they're available
Yeah.
for us to see it. So, I mean, if we just pop in on a Wednesday afternoon, that,
Yeah.
They don't know.
I think in fairness, though, the vast majority of the time, there's not a problem.
that's true.
And,
Yeah.
and it's only because you have this very extensive fence.
Right.
Yeah. And we respect the German Shepherd. I don't want you to think that.
Well, she's not always outside, but we more just don't want people and children to
it's not a good surprise.
come into the yard.
Exactly. But, I mean, even if the applicant just makes themselves available and for the board members when they do the field trip, because we feel very strongly about seeing the property.
Right.
Okay, Paul, any questions, comments?
Is anybody going to recuse? Phyllis and I were there. You're uncomfortable rather than.
You can vote for me then.
Oh,
I would feel much better about that.
okay, so Phyllis, do you have any questions of the applicants? Okay.
My notes, I recall you saying that the sunroom had been there for many, many years.
Yes, as well as the pool.
And how long has the fence been there?
The fence was there when the pool was built, but it was a stockade wood fence at the time, and it didn't totally enclose the property. It's now the 6-foot vinyl, which that was replaced in 2011.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Anyone in the audience wish to address the application at 25 Kent Avenue? See none. If there are no other questions from the board, so I understand, Betty and Art, you'll be recusing yourself?
Yes.
So Paul and Phyllis will be voting members when we come to the deliberation. All right, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Recusals? Yes, there are 2 recusals. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, item 7, Seth DeKoven, 2 Hillis Terrace. Good evening, sir.
How do you do?
Mr. Jacoven, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Understood.
Okay, what brings you here?
A 6-foot fence on a main road, on a front yard, I guess. My father passed away in March, and my brother and I took it upon ourselves to better the property for sale by closing in a gap in the hedgerow along Vassar Road. And we did so without doing our due diligence and found out the hard way that we shouldn't have done that. So we're here hoping that all of you have seen that 6-foot fence along Vassar Road and understand why it's there and that it doesn't impede view or really anything else, and it makes it safer for pets and children because the yard slopes down to Vassar Road.
Christine?
The fence is just on one portion of the,
The property has a roughly 300 feet of Vassar Road.
right.
But there was only about 75 feet that had nothing there, and that's where we put the fence.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Betty?
You have 2 front yards.
Correct.
That's your first problem.
Yeah.
But in the application where it asks you why you're looking for this variance, your answer is that the property would be protected with children and pets. But just closing in a portion of the yard really doesn't do that for you.
In respect to Vassar Road, which was a much busier road than Hillis Terrace, and where the yard slopes down right at the same grade as the street, if kicking a ball around or something like that, far more dangerous in our opinion on Vassar Road than on Hillis Terrace.
But it won't keep them from going on to Vassar Road. I guess if you're only figuring that a ball would go downhill, my point is you're not really protecting anyone or keeping anyone in the yard.
No, we're not caging anything in, and but that wasn't really the intent.
Okay.
Are you done?
All right.
Well, obviously we were out there, we saw the property. Betty is, I think, correct in one respect that you get a child that's gonna be going full bore, that fence, he'll just go around it, but I'm not really sure that's what this is all about. I think it's to probably safeguard somebody that's not really intent on getting onto the road. And again, if we look, this fence, do I like these fences? No. But if we look up and down Vassar Road, this is very commonplace. It is surrounded by trees on the 2 ends, and if you could put some plantings in front of the fence, it would be, I think, a plus. That's it.
Okay. I like the idea that it's a wooden fence. But I think many of us, when we first saw this, were under the impression that what you were asking for was for a fence along the entire Vassar property.
Oh, no, my crude drawing, I thought, might have helped explain that. We were just doing the part where there were no trees, where there were no...
Yes, okay, then that's fine. Larry?
No questions.
Tony?
I have no questions.
Carmen?
No questions.
Okay.
I have one more, I'm sorry.
Yes.
How is it that you didn't plant some hedges there in lieu of that fence? So it would kind of match the rest of the property?
I don't know if I have a really good answer for you. It may have come down to cost. And I think our sort of dual purpose of privacy and safety, we wanted something taller. We priced out fencing the whole yard, Hillis Terrace and Vassar Road. But I think that would have cost more than the house is worth.
Well, you also had the stream behind, so if you were going to really have children back there, you would have to worry about the stream as well.
Property goes beyond the stream, actually. And we were worried about that being an issue for potential buyers.
Yeah.
But beyond filling it in or really fencing hundreds and hundreds of feet, we let that go.
All right, I have one.
I actually have a technical question, if I could. It's listed here that the owner is the estate. Are you and your brother, or are you a representative of the estate? Are you the executor?
I am the executor, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. Anyone from the audience wish to address the application at 2 Hillis Terrace? Okay, hearing none. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Foozles? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item 8, Stephen and Sharon Pacheco Adamic. All right, 31 Thomas Avenue.
Yes.
Okay, so just state your name and then be sworn in, please.
Stephen Adamek.
Mr. Adamek, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Okay, and again, just briefly, what you're proposing?
About 4 or 5 years ago, we built a pool off our deck, about 8 feet from the existing deck to the house. This year, we would like to extend that deck roughly the 8 feet to the one side of the pool, and then wrap to about 20 feet out to the side of the pool, all in line with the existing deck and house.
Okay.
And it seems like only about 5.5 feet from the house edge to my neighbor's property line, so I'm looking for a variance to get within the...
Okay, the deck is going to be 10 feet from the side lot line.
Yes.
And the code calls for 20, okay. And the swimming pool is not quite the required 15 feet.
Right, and we had it all approved by the town and permitted, and everybody gave us the okay at that time, and I thought we were within the 15, but it seems like I'm off by about a half a foot or so.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm looking for a variance on that as well, please.
Okay. Christina, any questions?
No questions.
Betty?
I have no questions.
Art?
Neighbors are not here, correct?
No.
No questions.
Okay.
Oh, I do have a question. I lied. There's a concern. Would you be willing to put some plantings between the deck and the property line if requested it? Some kind of screening?
Well, when you guys made the visit, I don't know if you saw the little bed starting.
We did.
Before the edge of the shed, the deck would be. So, yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that. But I should have probably had a letter from my neighbor who is also, she has a double lot.
Yes, she does.
She's got that 60 feet before her fence, and she gave me her blessing and wanted to yell over to you guys, just give it to them, but she refrained. But
okay, thank you.
Okay, good. Larry?
No questions.
Tony?
I have no questions.
Carmen?
No questions.
Okay. Anyone from the audience want to address 31 Thomas Avenue? If not, is there a motion to close the public
So
hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Approved. Item number 9, Wei Lu and Zhao Hui Meng. And if you'd state your name.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, my name, and members of the board. My name is Susan Sullivan Bishalia, and I'm here on behalf of the applicants, Wei Lu and Zowie Meng.
Ms. Sullivan, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Yes.
Okay, so if you would just briefly explain why you're applying for these variants.
Yes, absolutely.
The variants.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a brief background, I will note that I have supplied the board with a packet of information, and I will just briefly overview why we're here. We are requesting an area variance to be able to, for a small parking area in the front yard of the property owned by the applicants. They have a home business there, and they need this small parking area, which is next to the existing driveway. The parking area is approximately 25 by 37, and I have attached drawings to the packet. My clients purchased the home last summer, 2014, and went to the board and obtained a permit for their home business of acupuncture, and at the same time requested what the steps would be to apply to have a parking area next to their driveway so that could accommodate the couple of clients that would come to the house. My clients were told to go to the highway department, which they did, and they spoke to the persons there at the highway department who indicated that he needed to make a deposit of $535, which he did, and he provided them with a drawing of how he wanted to do this. And was told by the secretary there, I understand, that he would need to, he could go ahead and do the work. He did the work, and he did the work in the spring. He was not able to do the work over the winter because of the time constraints and et cetera. And when he completed the work, he contacted the building department again and told them that he had completed the work, and the secretary said, okay, we will come out and take a look. And they came out and took a look, and apparently was off by about 5 feet of frontage. It was supposed to be 10 foot back as pursuant to his drawing, and apparently it was 5 foot back, and Mark Pfeiffer had told him just take it back to the 10 feet. And then subsequently, he got a violation order from Sarah Davis. I'm here to, on behalf of my client, to request the variance for them. I've indicated in there that this would not be would not be any undesirable change to the character of the neighborhood. The parking area is small; it's offset from the road. The grading is such that it's not really that visible from Vassar Road, the property. I don't know if you had a chance to go out and see it, but it's on the corner of Vassar Road and Rowley Road. And if you drive through the neighborhood, and we provided pictures in there of similar driveways in the neighborhood, some of them have parking areas, and they may have been in existence, but it still would not alter ultimately the character of the neighborhood. We've also provided an affidavit from a neighbor directly across the street who not only doesn't have any problem with it, but fully supports the application. I've also provided under the Freedom of Information law, I obtained some documents from the Highway Department, which I've also provided, which just, shows that my client did on October 17th, came to there's a receipt here of $535 taken as an escrow for this, and a copy of the drawing that my client did provide to the Highway Department. And it indicates on here in handwriting, on the bottom, it says $535 paid, driveway permit, 10/27/14, okay per MP. I can assume that MP means Mark Pfeiffer, which was consistent with my client's understanding when he went to the Highway Department to get approval for this. And at no point in time did my clients hear from the Highway Department or anyone from the town saying that his drawing that he submitted back in October was not in accordance with the zoning laws or other requirements of the town. So he, in good faith, went ahead, hired a contractor to pave and spent, approximately $4,000 to pave the area. And as he was told by the Highway Department, give us a call when you've completed the work, he did. And so here we are. But I would just like to mention that this is if they are not allowed to have a parking area there, this would be a hardship for them for their business. They need to have a small area to park for their clients, and it would have a negative impact on them. They looked at other areas in their property, and there really is no other feasible place to put this. The backyard has a septic tank. The side yard facing Vassar would also not make sense because they don't have any egress or ingress directly from Vassar Road. You'd have to drive all the way around the property. So really, this is the most logical place to put this. My clients would also, be willing to, in accordance with the town laws, the town zoning law, help try to mitigate any, issues maybe that the town board may have if there are, and install any type of shrubbery or fencing to help mitigate any factors that may be of concern.
Okay, thank you. We've gotten two pieces of correspondence that I'll read. One, I believe, is the affidavit that you referred to. Pat Martin and Art Martin, residing at 4 Rowley Drive, being duly sworn, deposes and says, 1, we received in the attached notice of public hearing for the Town of Poughkeepsie Zoning Board of Appeals dated September 4th, 2015, concerning the public hearing on September 21st regarding the application for an area variance approval submitted by my neighbors Wei Lu and Zhao Hui Meng involving tax lot number 727278 located at 1 Rowley Road, Poughkeepsie, New York, for relief from Article 8, Section 21092Q1 to allow the parking or storage of motor vehicles in front of the property. 2, we will not be attending such public hearing as we do not have any issue with the parking in the front yard, but we fully support Wei Lu and Zhou Yu Meng in their instant application dated September 18th and signed Pat and Art Martin. We've also gotten by email, to whom it may concern, my name is Michael Arak, I think, Araque, and I live at 3 Rowley Road. Due to prior commitments, I'm unable to attend the hearing, but still would like to convey my concern with respect to the matter. I purchased my home 3 years ago in a quiet neighborhood, and I will do all I can to ensure that it remains that way. Therefore, I cannot support allowing the driveway to remain, as it would contribute to increased business traffic so close to my residence. The owner was instructed not to construct the driveway, and I support upholding the original ruling. The oversized driveway is directly out of my kitchen window and adjacent to my driveway. The real issue is that the driveway was installed to support a business in a residential neighborhood. This I also will not support being able to continue to operate. I would like to reiterate my opposition to the driveway and the area variance and express my desire for the town of Poughkeepsie to uphold the zoning laws as they are written. Sincerely, Michael Arak. Okay. So those will be, do you have copies of these, Brian? Or? I do. Okay, you do. All right. Okay. Christine, any questions?
No questions.
Okay, Betty?
The home occupation, are both the people involved in that, or is just one of them?
Just one of them.
And which one?
Zowie Ming.
Okay. When Sarah sent out the order to remedy, she sent it to 8 Autumn Drive. Who lives there?
That was their prior residence before they purchased this Rowley Drive. So right now, they are...
in July of 15?
No, July of 2014. They purchased the
Well, this
Rowley
was
Drive.
mailed June 29th of 15. That's why I was wondering why she sent it to Autumn Drive.
I'm not sure.
Okay. But they both live
At Rowley.
At
Yes.
Rowley. And in the information that they gave us, it said that they need to have 2 to 4 cars parked at any given time.
Well, I mean, that's it's probably more like 2. I mean, there's very minimal traffic at this point. The maximum would be 4, but there's really not a lot of traffic. It's a minimal, operation.
Do you know anything at all about, how many appointments per day or how long the appointments are? Do they overlap? Because when they say 2 to 4, that's kind of, and one person having a small home occupation, 4 people at one time is a lot.
Well, I think that the 2 to 4, was meant to have the maximum that could possibly be there, so there wouldn't be any violation if, there was an employee that was also parked there as well. But, I don't know the exact number of people that will be there per day, but I am told that it's minimal. And, it is just the one person, home business, the acupuncture.
So it seemed like there was enough room in front of the garage to have these people park. So, I have to wonder why they built a whole separate area.
Well, they need to have their own parking area as well. And, in this district, I believe it's 2 parking spaces that they can have for residential. And then if there is a home occupation, then the zoning board can consider and other requirements and additional parking spaces, and that they would be, basically the parking spaces would be the sum of the 2. In other words, whatever you need for your personal residence and then whatever you need for your business. And since there's really no on-street parking in this area, that this really makes the most sense, the most safety for all involved.
Okay.
Art?
Yes. Are there any employees right now?
Not that I know of.
Is there any way we can find that out before we act?
Sure, yes, I can, but I believe that there isn't. I believe it's just, Mrs. Meng operating as an
And
acupuncturist.
do you know how many rooms they're going to have for the services they provide? No?
I don't know the answer to that, but I can certainly provide that to the board.
Okay. And you don't feel that the driveway is wide enough, or they couldn't have just widened the driveway 1 lane to make the required, or what they feel the required parking places, rather than take so much of the front yard out?
No, because they had, from what explained to me, the area is, if you have a couple of cars parked there, there wouldn't be enough room to turn around safely. And if you have residents' cars parked there and clients' cars parked there, there really isn't enough room.
to turn around, what do you mean to turn around? All they need to do is back out of the driveway.
Right, but if you have a couple of cars parked there, and you have a couple of people that are residing there that are parked there, plus you have a couple of people that are, coming there for acupuncture, an employee or perhaps a, person coming for that, there's really not enough room to have all of that there. That's why they wanted to make a small parking area for their home business. They are allowed to have a home business, and without the parking space, it would hinder their business. People wouldn't be comfortable coming there.
No further questions right now.
Okay, there are two things that concern me. One is the variances to allow parking in the front yard. And let me just make sure I understand. The backyard has the septic system.
Yes.
And that there's, and then on the side between the house and Vassar Road, you can't get access off Vassar Road.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Right, and then on the other side, the house is very close to the property line.
Yes,
Okay, so you're in the front yard essentially by a process of elimination.
yes.
Okay. The other thing that concerns me is the size of the parking area. A normal parking space is, the standard size is it's 9 feet wide and 18 feet long. That's considered to be a big. So instead of 18 feet, it's 25 feet. Okay, so which is just more than is needed. And in 37 feet, you could fit 4 car stalls. Okay, so, but there's also a garage, and there's also the driveway, so that, when we went out there, it looked as if at any given time, you could fit 6, 7 cars on this. Why so big?
Well, if you look at the drawing, what was submitted by my client to Mark Pfeiffer in the Highway Department, it provides for, to be 10 feet back from the roadway. Unfortunately, when the contractor came in, he, made it a little, less than that.
Right.
And when Mr. Pfeiffer came out to look at this, he just said, well, if you could just take it back to the 10 feet, which, my client's, willing to do that. He's willing to, take it back to the 10 feet. But the parking area that is there, they feel that, that is what's necessary for their business, for people to be able to park and turn around. They use their driveway for, their residents, and their garage, they also use for storage. So, they need their driveway, and they also need the parking area for their home business. And, and like I said, they've already done the work. They thought they had the approval from the town to do it, so.
I understand that, there were things that
Right.
went wrong. But on the drawing, it also shows very clearly that the proposal was for a 25 by 37 foot area. Now, it got put 5 feet off.
Right.
But still, that's a lot of parking space. And it's, I could see having some parking, but I think, what we would want to grant is sort of the minimum variance to meet the needs, and it sounds like at any one time, there's only 1 or 2 clients that are coming in. So, seems to me at a minimum, moving it back, maybe not even 10 feet, maybe 15 feet, is going to be necessary. But we can talk about that later. Larry?
No questions.
Tony?
Mr. Chairman, I think I'm going to have to recuse myself from this vote, from this issue. I'm sorry.
Okay, fine. Carmen?
Okay. First of all, I want to talk about the business itself. There's supposed to be one who does the acupuncture, the applicant. There's one. And it's just one client at a time, correct?
That's my understanding, but if you need further clarification on that, I would be happy to provide that to the board. I don't specifically know the number of clients, but, it's one acupuncturist at a time. If there may be one employee, I can see, perhaps there could be one or two employees, maybe, once the, business is, going for a little bit, and, maybe one or other two cars that are parked there. So, that's why it makes sense for it to be, a little bit of a, maybe a bigger area than maybe you think is necessary. But, like I said, I'd be happy to provide any further information that you may require.
Right, and also, the alternative, it would be the side lot going into the back of the house. And you said that wasn't feasible. Why isn't that not feasible?
Well, in the back, there is a septic tank.
Well, that's on the left side, right?
Yes, and, well, if you go around to the back, then you're driving, you're going to be paving a roadway all the way across the house, all the way around to the back of the house. And, frankly, that really, it makes more sense to be where it is, rather than, you're going to be concerned with driving all the way around, and then the customers clients would have to walk around to the front entrance, and that would pose safety issues to people walking in the wintertime, ice, etc. This is really the safest alternative that makes the most sense given the lot.
Right. It probably doesn't make sense to some of your neighbors, though.
Well,
to have this parking in the front. And this is an issue we have to deal with frequently. And I think the fact that there is a garage, and you state that they need that for storage, I think that requires some flexibility on the applicant's part, and thinking outside the box a little bit about keeping one of their cars in the garage, and adjusting the parking for the driveway.
Right, I understand your concern, but this is, the zoning does allow for 2 parking spaces per residence. And then if you also have a home occupation, the board is also able to consider additional parking. That would be in addition to the 2 parking spaces. So the 2 parking spaces really aren't considered as part of what's necessary for the home business. So, 2 cars or in the driveway takes up the driveway. If they have 3 cars, then there's really, it's necessary for them to have this much area, and the board does have the ability to grant that according to the zoning. And like I said, my clients are, more than happy to put up any fencing or shrubbery that would minimize the impact that or any, alleged impact that there may be. And like I said, if you've driven around the neighborhood, there are many other side parking areas that are, that people are parking their other cars. And the business is a limited time. It's from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. So there's no impact in the evening. There's no impact at all on the weekend.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're stating the case for your client. However, I'm still not convinced that this extra parking area is required or needed, given the nature of the business, the fact that there is just one person that's providing the service. And I think the existing driveway and then the fact that there is a garage is sufficient?
Well, even if you have, one employee or two employees, you have to provide parking for your employee. So that would be 1 to 2 cars right there. And if you have one client coming that is being worked on, and you have another client that is coming, waiting to be worked on, you do need to provide a safe place for them to park. And this is what made the most sense to them.
Right.
And, there's really no alternative.
Well, now you're talking about an expansion of the existing business because it's just one person that's providing a service at this point.
No.
And I'm assuming that it's one client at a time. And if you're talking about employees, which right now you don't think there are other employees.
Well, like I said, I can clarify that for you, the number of employees, if any, and the number of clients that are expected to be there at any one time. I'd be happy to clarify that for the board if that is, be more than happy to do that.
Okay, no further questions.
Paul?
Thank you. Counselor, under 21074-1G describes parking for home occupations. It says the business receives clients or customers on the premises. Sufficient off-street parking for each such client or customer shall be provided, and the registration shall certify the number of off-street parking spaces on the property. Does the registration, does the home occupation permit that your clients received, does that certify the number of parking spots?
I was looking at, and it does not state specifically. I did attach it to the materials
See the
as an
permit,
exhibit.
but I don't see any indication of the number of parking spots that are supposed to be certified.
It is, unless there is some other documentation that I'm not aware of, it does not state it on the permit.
Okay, and additionally, on 21074-1F, the services are limited to no more than 2 clients or customers at a time. So currently, the maximum number of parking spots you would need is for the 2 clients. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
And employee, if there's an employee.
Okay. And you're able to provide that information?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Would your client be amenable to an inspection of the inside of the house?
Well, I'd have to check with them, but I don't, that is necessary for the
Well, you've
parking?
described your, how you're unsure about exactly how many clients will be and how many employees there would be. The business is limited to 15% of the habitable area of the house. So I would just like to make sure if we're talking about something that's in conformity with the permit or whether it's been exceeded.
Okay, well, I'm not aware that there's any violation of this particular permit.
Neither am I.
It's my understanding is that we were here for the driveway.
Right, but.
Well, part of it.
Right, but you haven't been able to, I mean, if you told me that it was limited to one person providing the services, oh, and by the way, is he or she, are they a licensed acupuncturist?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So you said that it was one, then possibly as an employee, so I think we would need to know exactly what the business entails before we can make any real decisions about whether that we can even grant a variance.
Well, I'd be happy to provide you with any further information, exactly the number of clients that are seen at a particular time, if there's any other employees, and the, percentage of how many rooms are occupied for the business.
Okay, do you know when your clients got the permit, did they provide a document, a drawing, or anything to show what the home business was going to entail and how that affected the building?
No, I do not know.
Okay, all right. Neil, do you know, is that typically under the new
No, but,
home business stuff, there's,
yeah, our zoning administrator is not available tonight, but I will see if she might be available for the next meeting, and In the alternative, at least prepare an affidavit for the board along with whatever she may have in the file that she might have received from her clients. We can have that for you next meeting.
Okay.
Okay, well, it sounds to me as if we need to adjourn this to the next meeting, so that you can get the information from your client. I think we would need that. We need to review, I guess, the permit. I would also, in between now and the next meeting, urge your clients to consider specifically the mitigation measures. How much would they be willing to reduce that parking area? Describe in a little bit more detail what they might do to screen that from neighbors on all sides. Okay.
Be happy to.
Excuse me. What about the number of employees? It's limited to one, correct?
Well, that's what
They
we're
have to
going to
come
find
back.
out.
Is it not?
Yeah, I think that's part of the information that
Yeah,
we're looking
that's,
for, yeah.
Okay.
yes.
The other question I had is this an established business that they already have in another location? Or is this something brand new to them? Isn't it? You don't know?
I believe that this has been, they received the application.
That's not the question. The question is, are they in business already in another location and they're transferring to this new address?
I don't know the answer to that, but I can,
Okay, because I'd like to know,
Yeah.
if you could, I'd like to know how many clients they have now, if they are in fact in business. So we have an idea of what they might be bringing with them.
yep, I will find the answer to you.
Okay, any other comments? Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address the application at 1 Rowley Road? Okay. If not, is there a motion to adjourn this item to our
October 21.
October 21
So moved.
meeting?
Moved.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, and there's one refusal, Tony. Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Item 10, Duchess Terminals, 813 Main Street, formerly the Getty Service Station. Okay. So if you would each state your names.
I'm Russo Vasugi, president of Duchess Terminals.
Okay.
Bob Durand, architect for the project.
Steve Jamal, DC of the location.
Gentlemen, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be advised that you are under oath, and any false statements made by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York.
Okay, so what prompts your need for a variance?
Well, if you do have the 24 by 36 inch sheet called SP1 in your application.
Yes.
I'd like to introduce you to the proposed sign, which is what brings us here this evening.
Okay.
There is a existing Getty sign on the property now. And from what I understand, years ago, it rotated because that was in the 60s.
Okay.
However, it is stable at this point. And what we would like to do is go to the Valero badge and place the new proposed sign in the same location as the base of the existing Getty sign. As you are aware, there's probably electrical underground wiring to the sign. And of course, the foundation work is all in place. And we thought proposing to reuse that made a lot of sense.
Okay. And we were out there, and it appears that what you're intending to do is to combine two different existing signs.
Correct.
The one that just says Getty, and then the other one that's on a different pole that has the prices.
That's correct.
Okay. How large are the existing signs? Do you know?
The Getty sign is a little over 50. 50 foot, 5 by 10.
Okay, so
the Getty sign.
it's about 50 square feet.
Correct.
Okay.
The price sign is 4 by 8.
4 by 8, so it's 32
Correct.
square feet. Okay. All right. And the size of the sign you're proposing is, let's see, so it's a little over 5 feet by almost 10 feet.
You say 48 square feet on this.
What does it say here? 48 square
48,
feet?
yes.
Is that right?
That's what it says.
It's way bigger than that, doesn't it?
That's what it says here. Right, right, the first
Yeah.
section.
Yeah, I haven't done the arithmetic on this one. Okay, so 48 square feet. All right. And it's going to, and a total of 18 feet high.
That's
Okay.
correct.
So that's fine.
Okay, Christine, any questions?
That can't be right.
No, the new sign is a lot larger than the existing Getty sign, looking at the picture. That's just an observation. Questions?
Okay.
This new sign is 48 square feet?
Bigger than that.
It's just a little over. It's under 50, yes.
Are you talking about the entire sign
Yes, ma'am.
with the amount and the Valero?
Yes, ma'am.
Doesn't seem right.
This drawing says that the cabinet itself is 110 inches. Is that height or
The height of the cabinet, yes.
the height of the cabinet? Okay. That's to the top. Just doesn't look right, does it?
It doesn't.
It looks bigger than it, but basically that's the size.
Is it 62 across? It shows 62 and 3/4.
And 3/4, yes.
Across.
That's the outside measurement of the sign, not the sign itself. The
That's-
sign itself is actually smaller because you have.
No, the whole thing.
Gotta take the
Right.
whole thing.
We have to measure the whole thing.
Correct.
Maybe that's
The
why we're
cabinet
not-
is 62 and 3/4 by
Right.
110.
By 110.
Yes, ma'am.
Ah, that's different.
Okay. Well,
Much?
that's still about 48 square feet.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just a tad over
About
48.
57. Comes over roughly 57 square feet,
No.
according to his calculator. 47, okay.
40, okay, all right.
Right.
So 48, give or take, okay. Okay. Betty, do you have more?
No.
Okay. Art?
That's a good question. Do I have any questions? Not right now.
Okay. I guess even at 48 feet, my square feet, my question is, does it need to be so large? I mean, this is Main Street.
Right.
It's, I don't know as it needs to be that high. It's, it's pretty obvious it's a gas station. And So I guess my question is, could it be smaller?
48 square feet is really not big of a sign. If you, I'm sure you passed by it, you see that Getty sign, and that's a 50 square feet, just the sign itself.
Yes.
And the visibility, you gotta really get close to see it. And we're drastically reducing the square footage of the sign, existing sign. Basically, we're using what the Getty is, as opposed to using the prices. So combine everything within one box.
No, I appreciate that. That combining the two signs reduces the clutter and much. But again, it's just, for Main Street, where the traffic is not traveling very quickly, where, it's easy to see, do we really need that big a sign? And I guess another question I had is there a requirement that you have these prices? Is there some state law that says that gas station?
They're required to have pricing on the pumps themselves. That's what you see mounted on top of the pumps. They're required to have that signage.
Right.
Required, I think it's 1 square foot in size.
Okay.
That's the only signage I can think of by law they're required to have.
Okay.
Other signage is, we see these quite frequently, and the board has approved EMD, variances for EMD signs elsewhere on other gas stations. They're all moving to this. The prices change frequently, and they're supposed to running out and doing it manually. So we're seeing that quite frequently.
Right, we've approved similar things. Yeah, okay.
By the way, this sign is smaller than any sign at any other gas station up and down Main Street or the artery in this area. The smallest one we have is on Parker Avenue. That's 6 by 12.
Okay.
Jim, I do.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Back up, do you want to go?
No, go ahead.
Again, the height, why does it have to be 18 feet tall?
The clearance was there, we just kept it that high.
Why does it have to be 18 feet tall?
It's just, it was there, we're keeping the same pole, existing pole, basically.
You're going in circles on me.
No,
Why?
we could lower it.
Okay,
but
that's
there's no reason
that's the
to be
answer I'm
18
trying to
feet
get.
tall. Right.
Out of you, okay. You'd be willing to lower
I
it.
mean, we could definitely lower it probably in foot or two, right? Yes.
To how much?
Foot or two, we said.
No.
Well, let's see, the height,
Probably could go 2 feet, lower it 2. We just want to have enough clearance, for public too.
For what?
Lower it 2 feet to 16.
You're going to drive under this sign?
Oh, no, for public. No, for people who work in doing shrubbery, there's shrubbery under the sign. So we want it to stay above, more than 6 feet, basically.
Are you going to have your name on the canopy as well?
Yes. Yes,
So you're going to have that as well?
correct.
It's going to be backlit, forward lit somehow? It's going to be a lighted
No.
name?
No. We weren't planning to, no. We were going to just put the name, which would be a,
So essentially, you're going to have that plus this sign that you want right next to it?
yes, sir.
No questions?
well, I'm now looking at the,
And the reason we don't show that here is because we thought canopy was acceptable by code.
No, just a question.
No, I'm just saying it, that's the reason we're not showing it, yeah.
why not just have the sign on the canopy?
Because the canopy is not visible from the street until you get actually, there's a building on the other side which totally blocks the canopy. You can't even see the station coming from City Poughkeepsie. And the adjacent property that's empty, we hear that they're planning to build in the front as opposed to build in the back. So that's going to be another obstruction.
Let's see, to the east of your facility, there's a vacant lot.
Correct.
Yeah. And on the other side, on the west side, there's Van Wagner Road.
You got Ruther's building on the corner.
Yeah.
That white building right there.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Larry, any questions? Tony?
No questions.
Carmen?
I was wondering if you would come back with a choice of sizes for us.
Good idea.
The 48 is rather large, and I guess you've agreed to lower the height.
Yes.
Yeah. At this point, I think it just doesn't work the way it is. I think it's just too large, and it was too tall. And so I would like you to give us variations of something below the 48.
Yeah. The code for that area talks about signs that are 12 square feet, as you know. And, you know, I think we're willing to consider that 12 may be too small for the information that you want to convey. So I guess what you're suggesting, Carmen, is that they come up with something in the middle?
It's something in the middle, because as the chairman just said, the 12 is certainly probably not sufficient. But we would like to see something between the 12 and the 48.
And height.
Right. I think they agreed to reduce it by, what, 2 feet?
Yeah.
So it will be 16.
But if we could get a rendering.
What it would look like, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So is that something you can do for our
As
next
far as
meeting?
doing it, I don't have problem doing it. Two things is stopping our work to, you just completed the tank job, you finished the tanks, pumps, canopy, everything is done. This is holding the project, that's number one. Number two is, if you go any smaller than this, you really, having the prices up there becomes irrelevant, basically, you know, because then you can't see it. You have customers coming that you really can't see the numbers. Because we basically care about what how big the numbers are, that the public can see what the prices are. So that's a concern. However, if you want us to do away with two of the prices, we can do that, yes. It's
Well,
basically,
that
right,
might help.
right.
Yeah. So, okay, let me just get a sort of a consensus of the board. Adjourn this and have.
I'm for adjournment.
Have a look at a smaller design. You know, and you know, how you do that, whether you know, eliminate some of the prices or make it smaller or whatever.
Unfortunately, we started the project based on planning board approving the whole permit, including the sign. Then I find out later on that planning board had no authority to approve the sign. I would have never started that project. We would have never gone out. We spent close to $400,000 on the property. Replace underground tanks, pumps, canopy. The image is going to be 1,000% better than what's there. And we find out after everything done, we find out no, they didn't have no authority to issue the permit for the sign. The planning board chairman was there. My last question to him was, are we approved on the entire plan? He said, yes. I said, including the sign? He said, yes, there's nothing wrong with the sign, that's fine. And then we find out we have to come back here. So now this is going to delay us for another 30 to 60 days.
Well,
really?
That's what I was trying to avoid. So, I mean, if there is something that we can talk right now, if that's the thing, he can do the drawing, submit it to the planning board ahead of time. Maybe you can approve it. I mean, is it possible? I don't know, I'm just asking. Yeah. As opposed to waiting for 30 days, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and I appreciate how frustrating this can be.
Jim?
Yeah.
Neil, they could get a temporary sign permit. It's still open. I mean, it's just, it won't be the.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to buy it.
I mean, they'll have other signage on the premises.
Right, so they can still open. It's not going to affect.
Yeah.
Do you have an opening date?
We could open next week, everything's done. The final step was fire suppression system, we just completed it.
That's finished.
Yes. The only thing we have to do is the sign, we have to put a facade in the front, and that's what we were waiting to finalize this before we do that.
Have you ordered the sign already?
No, I can't, I'm waiting for this, but this was the standard sign that was proposed by the company. We are, Dutchess Terminal is the Valero distributor. This is what was proposed by Valero. This wasn't designed by us. Actually, the original one that they had was almost 1.5 times as big as this.
Right, and I'm guessing part of that reason for that is that many Valero stations are close to highways or heavily.
It was basically a truck stop sign.
Yeah.
The original one.
Yeah,
Yes.
and, I mean, I think the difficulty we're having here with the size of the sign is that we've approved some other signs in that immediate area, and this has been zoned for some years as a kind of an Arlington town center, and the idea is to try to make this area more pedestrian-friendly, encourage kind of small shops rather than large, big box businesses and that sort of thing. And so the signage is part of that kind of overall design. And if you go and look at some of the signs on storefronts and whatever, you'll notice that they're. I remember approving some that were kind of in the 20 to 30 square foot range. And again, it was because, this is an area where the vehicle traffic is relatively slow. People can see pretty easily what the business is. I think right now everybody knows, if you say the Getty Station on Main Street, everybody knows what that is. I suspect very quickly people will know that's Valero. So that, the kind of signs that you need to, be visible on Route 9 are very different than the ones on Main Street. And so that's the rationale behind this, and this is what we've done on some other stores up and down the street. So it sounds like the consensus of the board is that we would like to adjourn this. Have you proposed something that's more in keeping with the Main Street Arlington area? If you are opening, and hope you do, because it does look a lot better, to come in and get temporary signs that you might need until we can figure out what a permanent sign might be.
Does the board have any problem with keeping the existing sign?
The Getty one?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. To me, that's way too big.
Well, I agree with you, but it's been there for all these years. It's been there for over 50 years. And we're reducing it, we're cleaning it up with all this, and the size of the one that we're proposing is even smaller than the one on the top, just the Getty sign. At the end of the day, it seems like that's what we have to do, so that's what we will do. We will follow your wishes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, any other comments? Okay. If not, then is there a motion to adjourn? Item number 10, what?
10/24.
October?
Would you like to make sure that there's no one in the audience that would like to speak?
Oh, okay, yes. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address 813 Main Street? Okay, if not, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Recusals? Okay, so adjourned to October 21st. Okay.
Monday is the 19th.
But it's Columbus Day. That's why. We don't.
So the 19th.
He said Monday's the 19th, the 19th.
21st?
The 12th is Columbus Day, so the following week would be
Change it at 6 o'clock.
the
on Wednesday.
19th.
So, yeah.
You gave us the wrong date.
So, wait, what?
Betty gave us the wrong date. Blame Betty.
Okay. We're still meeting on a Monday.
Right,
Turning to the 19th.
19th.
The
It's the
19th.
October 19th.
It is the 19th.
Sorry.
Okay, October 19th.
19th.
Test.
You need a new phone, Betty.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, have a good night.
And,
Thank you.
okay. Item 11, Larry and Sandra Cohn, 3 Magnolia Lane.
Are you still awake? Are you still awake?
Are we?
Okay, if you just state your names, please.
Larry Cohn.
Sandra Cohn?
Mr. and Mrs. Cohn, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Yes.
Please be advised that you are under oath and any false statement by you are subject to perjury pursuant to the laws of the state of New York. And should I say that their mother should have a plaque somewhere on this wall,
Okay.
right? How many years was she on this board, like 25 or
Easy, right?
Forever.
At least.
forever?
Okay. Okay, so you would want to explain a little bit about what you're looking for?
I got the redesign thing. It was suggested to me to do it. It might be beneficial.
First you gotta tell them what it is.
Okay. So,
First you gotta tell them what you want.
Yeah. Well, what I want is, in this day and age, my Central Hudson bills are going through the roof. So I signed up for solar panel like government's pushing and TV pushes and everything else. And I got NRG to design a roof, and then he calls me back shortly thereafter, said the original design won't fit because there's new zoning rules.
okay.
He says it's going to reduce the amount of panels I have by 34%, which is going to be reduce the kilowatt output, as you can see what I highlighted there.
Yep.
So on the one roof, the one roof I can't do much with because of the size of it. It's going to be under 2-foot border around all the way around. But the lower roof is suggested to drop the panels down as far as I can to the front edge, and that would give you almost 3 foot on top, 2 foot 8 inches, I think. And I still have a little over 4 feet on either side. So I got 3 good borders on the front roof to alleviate things for the fire people, I guess is what the rule is for. And then just over the ridge is 2 huge roofs that they can stand on if there's a problem, just inches away. So I'm looking for relief to maximize my solar availability.
Okay, okay. When we were out there and looked at it, a number of people asked, well, you know, why are these setbacks required and all of that? And so at the suggestion of a couple of our members, I emailed the fire chief and just said, you know, what's your feeling about this? And so the Arlington Fire Chief, Torre Galente, wrote me back, and let me just read this into the record. It's an email. Captain Antelek, head of our Fire Prevention Bureau, and I discussed the matter earlier today, and he was in the process of preparing a letter to the ZBA. Dealing with roof-mounted solar panel arrays is something relatively new to the fire service in the last few years, and we continue to try and expand our knowledge of them. The intent of the setback requirement is to give firefighters and anyone else that may be on it room to safely navigate and/or work the roof area. To the best of our knowledge, New York State building and fire prevention codes do not address roof-mounted solar panel arrays, but it is anticipated to be in the next update in accordance with national standards. It appears the Town of Poughkeepsie zoning departments may have adopted from California or another western state where solar panels have been prevalent for a number of years. The Town of Poughkeepsie Building Department is the authority having jurisdiction over these code compliance matters in the town and may be able to provide additional information. Due to a scheduling conflict with our Board of Fire Commissioners meeting, the Arlington Fire Department will not be able to attend the zoning meeting. Taking into consideration the above, it is our recommendation that the ZBA maintain current setback requirements for roof-mounted solar panel arrays. Sincerely, Torrey Galante, Chief. So, apparently, in the next, perhaps as soon as next January, there are going to be some changes to the New York State Building Code, and we won't even have any role in that. It'll be at a different level. Okay, I guess
Yeah.
Neil, do you want to?
Yeah, that's
fill us in a
correct. It's
little
our
bit?
understanding that as of January 1, these standards that are actually already in our town zoning will start to appear in the state building code, residential building code. That being said, in conversation with some of the members of our building department today, the way that the zoning law is written, it's 3 feet. It's a 3-foot setback from all parts of the roof edge. What we think will appear in the updated code sections in January is a requirement for 3 feet from the outer edge. So in other words, the 3 feet would not apply to the lower edge of the eaves where you've got the soffits underneath, or up to the peak, but the outer edges. And certainly in this particular case, where you have and we do discuss this in the staff memo, where you have I think it's the northern side of the roof, there's not going to be any solar rays at all. Certainly the roof edges, the roof peak can be easily reached from the other side. And so just sort of maintaining consistency with the idea of a future building code construction, the outer edges being 3 feet. The compromise might be, if the board is willing, to allow it to go up to the peak and down to the edge of the roof on all sides. And that may give them some additional room for panels. This is a slightly different layout from the one that we reviewed as part of the original application, but that's something for the board to consider.
Okay. Does that?
I don't know what it'll allow me to have on there. I mean, the idea is to maximize your panels so you can maximize your sunlight. Otherwise, the cost of the project for 20 years isn't worthwhile going through with, if you reduce it too much.
The size, the panels appear to be, 3 feet, 3 inches?
Yeah, there's one
wide.
5.5 by 3.3, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that I'm looking at the one layout that conforms to the 3 feet all the way around.
Right.
Okay. What that would mean is that you would leave the 3 feet on the sides, but you would be able to come down closer at the bottom and further up to the peak, which would allow you to get at least one more row of panels. So on the larger roof, you would have 15 panels rather than 10. And it looks like you would have on the other roof, at least 8 rather than 6. Might be able to get some more depending on how you configured it.
So that would be like 21.
So you're saying they're not worried about the top and bottom, they're worried about just the side edges?
Yes.
And there's no way around it, I guess. That's the way it's set in stone.
It looks like it, yeah.
I'll have to talk to NRG and see what they can come up with. The designer has to he does it much better than I do.
Well, yeah, and,
They want to ask for adjournment tonight to talk to people.
well, yeah, Mr. Wilson suggested we could just adjourn this. You could go back to your designer and say, keep the 3 feet on each side, but you can go, right to the edges, top and bottom, and see what he can.
Or can you approve that, and we'll just fit what we can in that perimeter?
We can do that.
Jim?
Well, rather than go another month back and forth, I'll see what they can come up with, leaving the 3 feet on each side.
Okay.
What you're saying to the peak, right to the peak is okay, and right to the gutter is okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I guess we'll,
But that's what I'm saying
we'll
here.
go with that
If-
direction.
If we look at this new proposal versus this proposal.
They'd only be
he's already
losing
got more
3 panels over the.
He already got more panels. If we look at this one that he just gave us.
Right.
He can have 1, 2, 3, 15, 10.
Well, but on the one.
Panels.
But on the one roof, the problem is he has only 1 foot on the edges.
Yeah, the larger roof has like 1 foot and inches around, 1'8", 1'3",
Yeah.
something like that.
And I guess the fire issue is pretty insistent that they need more room to be able to get up and down the roof.
Let me ask you this, the roof is, there's no partitions in the roof, it's just a peak roof.
Right.
There's no rooms up there, there's no barriers. You got a roof just inches away, you can make a hole and go in from there. I mean, what is the difference from fighting from here, we're just 2 feet away?
I don't do fire stuff. I'm sorry, that's a fair question, but I don't know.
I think the last one we looked at, and even this one, there's plenty of access from the other side of the roof. So those concerns about the roof access, I think, were minimized by the fact that that you can get access from the back of the house or from the other side of the roof. And so my understanding is that the staff recommended the variance. That's correct, right?
Wait, I'm sorry.
My understanding is that the staff recommended the variances, right?
Well, recommended what is basically the compromise that Neil just laid out.
Right, go to the peak and go down to the gutters, but leaving the 3 feet on the side.
Only reduces the number of panels by 3 from there. This is Energy's proposal?
Yeah.
The one you just handed out?
The picture is, yeah, the top, that's their drawing.
That shows 26 panels. If you did what was just suggested.
That's NRG's proposal.
Right, but if you did what was just suggested, instead of losing 10 panels, you're only down 3 panels because you're adding 7 more panels back to the drawing that shows 3 feet all around.
That's not 3 feet.
This drawing shows 3 feet all around.
How many
And
panels on that?
This one reduced your panels from 26 to 16, so you lost 10 panels. But doing what's being recommended gives you back 5 panels here on one roof and 2 panels on another. That gives you an additional 7 panels.
For a total of what?
So you're only losing 3 panels off of what I see to be the maximum amount of panels being suggested by Energy.
I think it was 26 panels full. You're saying it's going right down to 23?
You're up to 23 with what the board's just suggested. So you're not losing 34%, you're only losing 3 of 26 panels.
Okay, if it can't be approved that way, I guess we'll have to go with what you're saying, you know?
You just got back 70% of what you thought you lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But I thought you said somebody might have approved it, or it's not so?
Right, what they approved was what they just described, that you can go to the peak.
Oh, with the 3 feet on
edge,
each side.
But you still have the 3 feet on the other side.
and that conforms to the fire regulations and what is probably going to be in the new
All right, if that
building
goes
code.
without a struggle, then we'll go peak to the bottom and 3 feet on each side open,
Okay?
and leave it go at that, so we don't have to come back for nothing.
No, we can take care of that tonight.
Okay?
Okay.
All right. Any questions from any board members? Anyone in the audience wish to address the application 3 Magnolia Lane? Okay, if not, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, recusals? Okay. All right, thank you very much. Okay, that brings us to the end of our public hearing agenda. Is there anyone that wishes a recess? Okay. Okay, yeah, let's take let's try to keep this 5 minutes. All right, will the meeting please come back into order? Sure. We are now in the deliberation phase, and the first item, Malabar Realty, request for a number of variances. I think in view of the complexity of this case, I would like to have our counsel prepare the resolution to make sure that we've sorted out all the different aspects and have it in the proper form. In order to do that, she's going to have, I think, a general sense of the board. This is not a vote, but for example, my recommendation would be that she draft the resolution in the affirmative. In other words, as granting the variances, and then people can either vote yes or no to approve or disapprove, but she has to know how to frame the resolution itself. Also, do we want to add things to the resolution? Conditions, modifications of some of the variances, make them more or less restrictive. So I'd just like to get a kind of a sense of the board on this. And let me begin, and then you can add or disagree. I think the proposal that first came in was just too much. Trying to stuff too much into the parcel. I think the applicant came back and made some significant changes that made it, I think, a better proposal. So that I am comfortable with the variances as they have been modified. I have some concern about the impact on the neighbors. I think it's almost the classic problem of the boundary between two different uses. We've seen this in the past. One of the ways that we've traditionally addressed this is by requiring screening or other kinds of mitigating measures. And so I would add as a condition to the variances that the proposal incorporate adequate screening as determined by the planning board when they do the site plan review. There are some engineering issues. Where can you plant trees, where you can't plant trees, that I would prefer to leave to the planning board and their staff. So I would simply make a condition on these variances that the issue of screening be addressed specifically and in detail by the planning board, and that the proposal incorporate those and make that a condition for the variances. Anybody else got anything they want to toss in here?
I'm going to just go on the record to say that even though the site, the plan has been reduced, and I think they made a gracious effort to do that. I think it's still much too big for that piece of property. Nothing is, just because there's something being proposed, I don't think it's better than nothing being done. That piece of property is an eyesore, but there still seems to be a project that's going to have an impact of at least 200 if they're going to meet their numbers. It's going to have at least an impact of 200 cars a day. And I think I mentioned it once before, I grew up sometimes learning that it's easier to go right than to make a left. And as many times as I drive around that site and I try to figure out what would I do if I was in there, my most immediate reaction would be to make a right, to get out of that neighborhood and get back onto 44, go through the neighborhood. And I just think the impact on the neighborhood is going to be completely undesirable. And maybe it's just the wrong project for that corner.
Okay. Any other comments?
Excuse me, and again, they made some nice concessions, but I still think, I agree, it's still a pretty big project for such a small, piece of property. Can the store be made a little smaller, move a little further ahead, so we can get some trees behind it? I think we really need to look at that. Would I want it in my backyard? No. But in fairness to the people that own it, do they deserve to do something? Definitely. We need to let them do something, but I'm not sure this is the something that we need to let them do.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember how many variances we granted the gas station across the street. And we granted variances to Walgreens, almost all of the gas stations up and down 44, because without granting variances, they wouldn't be there. I mean, the comprehensive plan or the ordinance kind of gives you your ideal, but we don't always have that available to us. So I think variances are pretty, especially along 44, because the parcels are not very deep.
Yeah.
This is a difficult one, there's no question.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, I also think I would have different, maybe slightly different feelings if there was more of entrance and egress directly onto 44. I think
When you said you would make a right,
yeah, sometimes I think it's easier to make
from what direction? I mean, if you
coming out
gas there, coming out of the gas station.
I would make a route onto Overrocker and bypass and I would find it easier if I needed to go west on 44. I'd find it easier to go through the residential neighborhood, come back up around the outside and make a left more down towards Adams than I would out of that corner. Making a left out of the gas station and then make a left out, then again onto 44. So, it's just, I think it's human nature. And I think a lot of the traffic's gonna do that. And like I said, maybe it's just the wrong project for that corner. Does it have to be a gas station? Yeah, that's what they want, but just because they want it, I don't know that that's what it has to be. Maybe that's why we're being asked to consider so many variances.
Well, I think the other part is that it's a BH zone, a service station, service facility is allowed in that zone.
Mm-hmm. It is, yeah. This is very difficult. I guess there's a part of me that would like them to reduce the scope of the project even more, a little more. But I feel that they have a right to have this approved, and they have reduced things. I mean, the number of pumps, the U-Haul and that sort of thing. I believe at this point, though, I would vote to approve.
Yeah, I mean, this is a, you know, the code says we have to balance, you know, benefit to the applicant and benefits to the public generally, as opposed to any possible detriment to the public or to the neighborhood. So, well, okay. Like I said, we don't have to vote tonight, and in fact, we've closed the public hearing, so we have 61 days. But I think we owe it to everybody to settle this at our next meeting. But do you have enough to draft a resolution, a positive resolution, and then we'll vote?
As I understand it now, if the board were to vote, the only condition that I've heard so far is adequate screening. And other than that, the resolution would be drafted to grant the requested variances.
Yes.
So.
And then the other reason for giving us the next month, both Mr. Adams and Mr. Olson have submitted some things. We do need to look them over, go through our notes, and really think hard about this.
Jim, one thing that Tony brought up was it's human nature to make the right-hand turn and all of that. But just think about when you're going down Route 9, how many times do you come out of someplace in order to go in the other direction? You're going to have to come to a light and do that. And there are lights along 44 too. So I agree that, there will be an increase in traffic, but I'm not so sure how much. Because people probably came in from 44, they're going to want to leave by there, and they'll find a way to do it.
Yeah, we didn't do a traffic study. We don't do traffic studies. I mean, really, the planning board is, and I don't, I mean, would you want as another condition that the planning board, carefully review the traffic impact? I mean,
That could be able to determine how many people are gonna turn right or left.
I have no idea what their study was, and I can only assume that they get the best information they can and act accordingly. But if that's a concern, we can make that a condition that the planning board do whatever they need to do to minimize the traffic impact on Over Rocker Road.
Do we need to tell them? Because I think they do that as part of their.
They do, but I think it's important, that they see that this is really a concern to us. Yeah, that is one of the things they routinely look at, but I don't think it hurts for us to just kind of underscore that as a key issue.
And was it already determined that they couldn't put a no right turn there to go on to, I mean, I would think that would deter some of the traffic.
It's good to deter the people that want to go on that.
Christine, are you saying
Maybe I'm
from Overrocker, you could only enter? You could not exit?
Well, in other words, instead of making the right-hand turn, if there's a sign there that says you can't, I mean,
It seems to be,
Avoid-
it seems to me that should be considered and determined whether you can do that or not, or whatever. I don't see any problem with making that as a condition, that, that the planning board, consider options to reduce traffic impact on Overrocker Road.
But, okay, devil's advocate again, and somebody just whispered in my ear, what if they go out on 44 and make a right on Overrocker Road? They go out and they come back, right back in. You can't stop that.
No.
So you haven't gained anything except put
No.
a stop sign or a
No.
right turn
So you'd
sign.
have to get out of there. You couldn't get out top side. You'd have
You
to
come
go
right back in
around and go
Overrocker.
out.
Come right
Right.
back on Overrocker. You haven't gained anything.
Yeah, but you can't go straight out to 44. You have to come out the
That
side.
wasn't
You'd
the-
never be able to get through traffic there.
That wasn't the question.
Well, I mean, that is something for the planning board to consider. There's very little we can do. Okay, anything else to add to this? Okay, so at our next meeting, we will.
Tim, I think you should do that in the form of a motion, just so we have
Oh,
it.
okay. So I move that the board direct our attorney to prepare a resolution that, a resolution granting the variances for the design project, subject to the conditions that we've discussed in this meeting having to do with screening and with traffic impact. And that further move that the board adjourn its decision to the September 19th meeting.
October 19th.
And further, I move that our council prepare a resolution granting the special use permit for the motor vehicle service facility, and that further the board adjourns its deliberation on item 2 until October 19th.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, does that do it? Okay. All right, we have a motion that's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, and Kuzels, okay. All right, so items 1 and 2, we are adjourning to the 19th. Okay, let me see, we should do,
The homeowners.
is
Gentleman with the sign, it's from the
Golden
South.
Corral? Okay, so let's do that, okay. Okay, we're item number 3, a variance to allow a monument sign of 60 square feet where 20 square feet is allowed. And I'm sorry, 60 square feet where 50 square feet is allowed. And it meets the height requirements, so no additional variance is needed there. This is an unlisted action, but the planning board has done the environmental review and they issued a negative declaration, so we don't have to do anything. As I read into the record, the county now says this is a matter of local concern. In your packet, there was originally a staff report that recommended that the application be denied. But as you heard Neil say, that the staff now believes that the proposal that has just been submitted is in keeping with the character of the Route 9 area. Comments? Questions?
Their reduction is significant,
Yep, yep.
and I don't have a problem with that.
Yep, and, yeah, I think this will be fine. So, I'm gonna need to modify the, findings here a little bit, so let me just start out here. I move that the board approve the request for the variance set forth in item number 3. And just to be clear, this is a variance allowing a sign of 60.56 square feet, where 50 square feet is allowed. This decision is based on a review of the application, the testimony of the applicant, testimony offered in the public hearing, the result of site visits by board members, and the staff report. In approving this variance, the board adopts the as findings, the determinations found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report as modified. Item 1, whether an undesirable change will be produced in the character of the neighborhood. The board finds that by reducing the height and the size of the sign, the proposed sign will be similar to existing signs on Route 9 and in keeping with the character. Item 2, whether the benefit sought by the applicant can be achieved by some other method. The board finds that the size of the proposed sign is in keeping with the Route 9 corridor with the speed limits as they exist. 3, whether the requested area variance is substantial. The original proposal was substantial and excessive. The revised proposal is larger than the code, but it is not overly substantial. 4, whether the proposed variance will have an adverse effect or impact on the physical and environmental conditions, the board finds that it will not. 5, whether the alleged difficulty was self-created. It is self-created in the sense that the applicant wishes to put up a sign that is somewhat larger than the code, but the fact that it's self-created does not preclude granting of the variance. So with those modifications to the findings, I move that the variance in item number 3 be granted.
Second.
Okay, any discussions, clarifications? Okay, if not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Recusals? Okay, you're good to go. Let's see, Harry Decker? No one?
Got,
All right, so, J Road? No?
Carmelina, what's the address?
25 Kent Avenue.
25 Kent, okay. Okay, so item number 6, 2 variances. One, to allow an existing sunroom to be located 14 feet from the side yard where 20 is required, And 2, to allow a private swimming pool to be located 6 feet from the property line where 15 feet is required. It's a type 2 action. The county says it's a matter of local concern. There's a staff report in your packet recommending that these variances be granted.
I'm recusing myself from
As-
this one,
as
and
am I.
Paul's gonna.
Okay.
I'm recusing as well.
Okay, so we have 2 recusals, so, let's see, any other discussion on this?
Gerard, when we went there to take a look at the addition, the sunroom's been there, it's a physical structure, so now there's a privacy fence that goes around the entire building.
Microphone.
Let's take a seat. There's a privacy fence that goes around and shields the whole thing. The swimming pool, there's a change in topography, so the swimming pool is well below the height of the privacy fence. I really don't see any impact on the neighbors. It's been there a long time. The setbacks are small anyway between the 2 houses that border each other. I don't really see any impact based upon the length of time it's been there and the physical structure itself. So I don't see any real problems with it.
Okay.
It's in good repair. And
Okay.
in fact, the sunroom is indented from part of the house. I don't know how else to say it. It's less than the line of the house.
It's actually set back from the.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that's right. That's on the drawing. Okay. Okay. I guess if there's no further discussion, Christine, do you want to make the motion here?
I move that the board approve the request for an area variance set forth in item number 6. This decision is based on a review of the application, the testimony of the applicant, testimony offered in the public hearing, the results of site visits by board members, and the staff report. In approving this variance, the board adopts as findings the determinations found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report. So move.
Okay. For second?
Second.
Okay, so the approval of item number 6 been, a motion's been made and seconded. If there's no further discussion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? And there were 2 recusals, but our 2 alternates voted in their place. Okay, so approved 7-0. Let's see.
If this other gentleman, I don't know who he is.
Oh, he's Thomas. You're Thomas Avenue,
Thomas,
right?
swimming pool.
Thomas, okay. Okay, item number 8. A variance, let's see, 3 variances. No. 2. Okay. To allow a proposed deck to be located 10 feet from the side lot line where 20 feet is required, and a variance to legalize an existing swimming pool to be located 16 feet 6 inches from the side lot line where 15 feet is required. It's a type 2 action, so we don't need to do any environmental review. The staff report in your packet recommends that these 2 variances be granted. Any discussion? Okay. Betty, do the honors.
Make a motion that we approve the area variances set forth in item numbers 8. This decision is based upon a review of the application, the testimony by the applicant, the testimony offered in the public hearing, the results of site visits by board members, and the staff report. In approving this variance, the board adopt as findings the determinations as found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report.
Second.
Okay, motion to approve the variances number 8 have been made and seconded. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Recusals? Approved 7-0. Okay. All right, item number 4, I guess we're back to top of the agenda. Harry Decker, 145 Bauer Road. This is a variance to allow an existing accessory structure, a shed, be located in front of the principal structure. This is a type 2 action, so no environmental review. In the staff report, or in the packet, you'll see a staff report that recommends that this variance be denied. Okay, discussion?
That would have been my first instinct, but there were no neighbors here at all.
No?
Kind of surprised me. And Bauer Road is kind of very, for the lack of a better word, eclectic.
Eclectic.
Unusual to say the
It
least.
started with, a lot of them started out as little cottages, and they've all been added on to, or most of them by now. It abuts a very ritzy, what I call the high rent neighborhood, right off of there. But aside from that, none of the parcels in there are match up. None of them are even. They're either long and narrow, or they're short and close to the road. They're all different.
Yep.
And there's a lot of variances on Bauer Road for that reason. Now, the fact that this guy has a motorcycle and can't push it up the hill, he either has to put it in that shed or not house it at all. Because he can't drive it up the hill either, per our motorcycle expert told us.
Yeah.
I didn't say that, I said it'd be very difficult.
Well,
Good day. On a good day, it would be very difficult.
On a rainy day, he's not
Not
getting
gonna
it up the
happen.
hill.
Not gonna happen.
well, and, I think the shed is more attractive than
Boats and stuff.
having stuff sitting out.
Well, that's true.
Oh,
So,
Sorry.
and I was really surprised at how steep that lot was.
that's,
I mean, and in fact, my first guess as to why it was where it was is that whoever delivered the shed
said, I'm not going
said,
I'm not
Put
going
it right
down,
there.
I'm not going down there.
no way I'm going down there.
No, truck will still be there.
So, I am inclined to support this, but I don't know how it
I
is.
think if he puts a little screening around it, it might not be as obtrusive, but I don't think anyone noticed it but us.
I think screening would bring more attention to it.
Probably,
Maybe,
Probably would.
probably.
possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's,
Everybody
okay with it.
okay with this?
By the time he parks the car in front of it in the driveway, you're not gonna see
Okay.
it.
Okay, all right.
I think, I'm probably the only one, but I just don't want to keep allowing a structure in front of the main street. I really don't. And people do that, and then it's after the fact. And I mean, did he have the motorcycle first and then the shed went in? Who knows? But
Okay.
anyway, I think the rest of the board kind of agrees. But I don't.
Okay. Art, do you want to do this?
Sure. I move that the board approve the request for an area variance set forth in item, where are we?
4.
4, that was close. This decision is based on a review of the application, testimony of the applicant, testimony offered in the public hearing, results of site visits by board members, and the staff report. Well, actually, we're against the staff report.
Yeah, staff report doesn't.
Staff report says deny.
Well, okay, so we can do, the board adopts its findings, the determinations found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report as modified as follows. Whether an undesirable change will be produced in the character of the neighborhood or a deterrent to nearby properties will be created. The board finds that the Bower Road neighborhood has an eclectic design.
Yes.
And that the shed will not be a detriment to the neighborhood. Whether the benefits sought by the applicant be achieved by some method, given the steep slopes on the lot, it would be very difficult to locate the shed and to access it in another location. Whether the requested area variance is substantial, yes, it is substantial. For whether the proposed variance will have an adverse effect or impact on the physical and environmental conditions. The shed is small, it's been designed to fit, to be consistent with the house. The use and its construction are consistent with the neighborhood. Whether the alleged difficulty was self-created, yes, it was self-created. So,
You did a very good job on that.
And
thank you.
Art moves.
In approving, against the board of that, blah, 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 blah. So move.
Yes.
Second.
Does that mean I have to do another one?
Yeah, we'll see. Okay. So we've, a motion to approve, item number 4 has been made and seconded. If there's no other discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Recusals? Okay, approved 6-1.
Boy, that was hard.
Okay. Item 5, Freeman and Iris Rojas, 1J Road, variance to allow a proposed swimming pool to be located 8 feet from the rear lot line where 15 feet is required. It's a type 2 action. The staff report recommends that this be approved. Questions? Okay. All right. I guess it's to me. I move that the board, the request for a variance set forth in item number 5. This decision is based on a review of the application, the testimony of the applicant, testimony offered in the public hearing, the results of site visits by board members, and the staff report. In approving this variance, the board adopts as findings the determinations found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report. So move.
Second.
Second. You did that very well.
Gee, practice. Okay, if there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, item 5 is approved, 7-0. Item 7.
Will end.
Seth DeCoven, 2 Hillis Terrace. A variance to allow a fence of up to 6 feet in height to be located in a front yard where the maximum height is 3.5 feet. This is a type 2 action. The county had no comment. In the staff report, you will find the recommendation that this not be approved. Okay, discussion?
You know, all of the paperwork that he gave us, I mean, the answers that he gave to the questions are really not valid. He made it sound like he wanted to protect the family and he wanted to keep children and pets from going on to Vassar Road, but he only did that in a small area. I don't know. I mean,
He wanted to do it for the same reason the guy on Old Farms Road. I mean, a kid could walk around that also, but there's
It slows them down.
yeah.
All it does, it slows them down.
Yeah.
The house still hasn't sold.
Oh, it did.
It did?
Yes.
Sold.
That's a couple of months.
Okay.
They just don't know how to pull it.
Okay, in any case, on Hillis Terrace, this is another one of these cases where you've got 2 front yards, so I think that's an issue.
The evil that the code is trying to prevent, the blocking of the site and stuff, doesn't really apply here.
It really doesn't. And it,
It's past the tree line when you're coming out of Hillis Terrace. It doesn't really take away from,
You can't even see it from Hillis Terrace, really. Right.
to me, it's simply a kind of
Extension.
filling in the gap in what is otherwise, I thought, quite a nice row of trees and vegetation. I mean, ideally, yeah, put some more trees in there, but in the meantime.
Fence grew a lot faster.
It doesn't need water, it doesn't need trimming.
That's true.
Barbed wire would work too, but
What was that, Howard? What did you say?
nothing.
Barbed wire.
I thought when I was going to view this property that I was going to be confronted with something 6 feet high on Hillis Terrace.
Right.
Right.
And I don't consider Vassar Road a front yard for the way that property's laid out, and it almost seems like a logical thing. It was either put a fence there and, like you said, at least a natural looking fence to continue that tree line, or, probably spend 3 times, 4 times as much on more shrubs. It didn't seem like an unreasonable solution.
I don't think I've ever seen that
To the gaping
fence.
hole.
All the times we go up Vassar Road, I've never seen that fence until we went to the house. And
Yeah,
I travel Vassar Road,
yeah.
almost daily.
But I agree with Betty that there's something about the application just not clear.
But that's all the applications. if you look
Well,
at it.
okay. so-
If you look at these applications, none of them are filled out, none of them.
The existing fence is not offensive. I mean, it's a natural color and just the lay of the land there. It's not that open. You have a lot of foliage around, a lot of trees around. And normally I wouldn't like this, the 6-foot fence, but that one, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
And it was confusing. It was confusing with the question and answer here,
Yeah,
with the applicant.
yeah.
But,
Okay.
I don't have a problem.
So I think the consensus here is to
Let it go.
approve this. So Larry, you want to?
You can have your own.
Yeah, the little formula, yeah, okay.
Move that the board approve the request for a variance set forth in item number 7. This decision is based on a review of the application, the testimony of the applicant, testimony offered in a public hearing, the results of site visits by board members, and the staff report. In approving this variance, the board
Well, you can say
this variance, the board
adopts his findings,
As modified.
items 1 through 5 of the staff report as modified.
Approving this variance, the board adopts its findings, the determinations found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report as modified.
Okay, and let's see. Okay, 1, whether an undesirable change will be produced in the character of the neighborhood or a detriment to nearby properties. The board finds that the location of the fence will not create any reduction in sight lines, and that the fences along Vassar Road have been approved in the past without changing the character of the neighborhood. Whether the benefit sought by the applicant can be achieved by some other method feasible for the applicant to pursue. The fence serves to fill a gap in the existing line of trees and shrubs. This could be filled by landscaping, but the fence allows this to be done much faster and with less expense. Whether the requested area variance is substantial, it is substantial in the sense that it technically is a fence in a front yard. However, we note that this is a corner house, so there are 2 front yards, and the fence is located on the side of the house. Whether the proposed variance will have an adverse effect or impact on the physical or environmental conditions, the board finds that the fence will have little or no adverse effect. 5, whether the alleged difficulty was self-created, it is self-created. Okay, so Larry's made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Recusals? Approved 7-0. Item number 9, we have adjourned pending more information on the home occupation, the number of clients, and the number of employees. And number 10, Duchess Terminals, 813 Main Street, has been adjourned to allow the applicant to make a proposal for a smaller sign.
Jim?
Yeah?
9 also owes us the answer as to whether this is an established business or a brand-new business.
Yes.
What's the significance of that?
Well, if it's established, you should know how many patients they're going to have per day and how many employees they may or may not need. If it's already in existence.
Business with them.
Yeah.
Brand new, you're not going to know that yet.
Yeah.
When you move, you lose customers.
Yeah. Yeah, this is an interesting case because it's the first one that we've had that really deals with the new home occupation code. And this was revised so that really small, low-impact businesses wouldn't have to go through the full use permit that we require. And they could just go in, fill out a form, and what we had in mind was people that were really, doing web design out of their basement or manufacturing
Easy
or
stuff.
making crafts.
Easy stuff.
Yeah.
But this one,
And this one, just on the face of it, may be pushing the envelope on.
wasn't a single answer. She didn't have a single answer for us, no matter what we asked.
Right. And so I think there, we need to assure ourselves that this is a home occupation under the conditions of the new code. Because if it isn't.
The fact that a lawyer appeared to represent her, she can't, even though she's sworn, she can't really tell you this information. I think it's important to have the applicant here. So I would suggest a letter to the applicant that he or she should appear to answer.
Right.
Okay, I agree with that. Sure.
Okay, that would, that sounds good.
Good advice coming from a lawyer. I mean, how good is that?
Okay, item number 11, Larry and Sandra Cohn, 3 Magnolia Lane, a variance to allow roof-mounted solar panels to be installed less than 3 feet from the edges of the roof. This is a type 2 action. We've heard the reasons for this and also heard what's likely to be the state code on this. So I think what we came up with is what we're going to vote on is a variance to allow roof-mounted solar panels to be installed less than 3 feet from the lower edge of the roof and less than 3 feet from the peak of the roof. And otherwise, the code.
On only the southern
How much
facing
less?
roof. They're going to be allowed to go to the peak and to the edge of the eaves while maintaining a 3-foot boundary on the sides.
Yes.
But only on those southern-facing roofs, right? They had southern exposure?
Which is the only place they're putting the panels.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, right, okay. So, let's see, I don't know,
I think that's actually the recommendation that the staff made, so we can simply adopt the staff's recommendation.
Right.
yes,
On this.
okay.
And what did the fire department say again? It said,
That they were busy and
Yeah, essentially, they said, it's up to the town.
Yeah.
I mean, the town is what adopted the zoning code, and that the building department is the one that oversees it, and that the state is going to come up with its own. And so it basically said, do whatever the town says.
Do what you want, right?
did Bill retire?
huh?
Did Bill retire? They said there's a new captain of fire prevention.
Oh, Gus Analek is doing it.
Did Steenberg retire or?
No, he's back to the line or whatever.
Oh, I thought he'd retired. Oh,
Who's doing, yeah,
We need to know all of this.
doing this?
okay. So, Tony, you want to?
Now, will this be with the determinations found from 1 through 5? Because the final recommendation is to accept it?
It is to,
Okay. I move that the board approve the request for an area variance set forth in item number 11. This decision is based on a review of the application, the testimony of the applicant, testimony offered in the public hearing, the results of the site visits by board members, and the staff report. In approving this variance, the board adopts the findings and determinations as found in items 1 through 5 of the staff report. This approval of this variance is subject to the following conditions, that 3-foot access be allowed on the sides of the roofs. The panels may go from the roof ridge to the eaves. So move.
Second.
okay. Item number 11, motion's been made and seconded. There's no further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Recusals? Okay, approved as modified, 7-0.
Okay.
Okay, that brings us to the end of the agenda. I don't believe there are any other items before us tonight. I just want to thank everybody for their perseverance and their patience working through some complicated cases. And we are adjourned.